back to another stream. We made it through Monday, the toughest day of the week. Congrats, congrats, congrats. Anyway, I'm stoked to have you here. Stoked that you decided to come hang out and spend some time with me. Um, Me and Illy are gonna be chilling. I think we're doing a cook up. I'm not 100% sure to be honest, but they're just wrapping up work, and we're gonna have some good times. Good times indeed. But in the meantime, I'm just gonna kind of rev up, get ready for stream, and then wait for Illy. So let's see what we got going on today. Yeah, I finally got if this then that set up. So now when I post TikTok clips, that's going to be really convenient because I always forget to share stuff. Like, especially when I go live, I always forget to post on like threads and stuff that I'm live. So that takes care of that. I'm excited to see if it actually works because I haven't actually tried it out yet. This is my first time. It worked earlier when I posted a TikTok, which I posted a couple clips of yesterday's Yakuza Let's Play. So if you want to see some highlights, definitely check out my TikTok. I'll probably be posting a few more clips later because there's at least one more sub story I wanted to highlight. Those are definitely my favorite part of the game. The sub stories always crack me up. But yes, starting to get my shit together. It feels good, you know. But yeah, I'm excited to have y'all here. Excited to get into another stream and see what Illy Baby has planned. But in the meantime, oh, got a message from Bay. One sec, sorry. Um, but yeah, if this then that. I'd never heard about it, and then was it Pocket Man? I think one of our lovely community members who hangs out from time to time told me about it, and I'm stoked because yeah, I dead ass like I get 2 hours into stream and be like, oh, I haven't posted that I'm live. So that's gonna be a very huge help for me. And let me pull up, I guess while we wait, see what YouTube has going on. Because I don't want to get like into anything that's gonna be like too involved. Because Illy should be here at any moment. The Cluckin' Bell from GTA 5. I did see that. Let's see. Beard meets food. I watch a lot of Beard meets food. I don't know where that man puts it all, but holy smokes, it's impressive as hell. Dude just demolishes food. I feel like the only times that he really fails a challenge, excuse me, are the ones are the ones where it's just like a really tight time constraint. And I think it's usually just because he can't like physically consume food fast enough. I always feel like those challenges are a little cheap anyway, you know? Because I feel like if he had time, he would definitely crush those. But maybe they need to make their challenges a higher quantity instead of faster. Because I don't know. I don't own a restaurant, so who am I to talk? You know. Hmm. Let's see what we got going on. Though. I'm looking for just something to kill a little bit of time while we wait for Illy. But yeah, Illy did say they wanted to have a shorter stream today, so I might play a little bit more Yakuza later. We'll see. We'll see how long we end up streaming for, but God damn. I am so sleepy. I slept pretty well. Well, I guess look at me embodying my damn lyrics. Oh shit. That's a blast from the past. Victoria Justice eats her last meal. Huh. I've not thought about Victoria Justice in some time. That's dope. I wonder if she's like acting in anything. Let's see here. Kneecap. Kneecap is dope, but that'll definitely get me copy striked. Oh yeah. See, I'm so ADHD brained already. I was saying, just woke up and I'm already tired as fuck, even though I swear I slept enough. And I should write a song about that. Oh wait, I have. And it comes out on the 23rd, even though technically it's already out. This will be the remixed version of it. But if you want to hear how it sounded before this remix and remaster, check out OK. Just letters OK, because I have another OK. I'm a mess. And that one's spelt out like OKAY. But anyway, yeah, if you want to hear how that changed, you can check out my song OK, and it'll be coming out on the 23rd in the EP, new version of it. That's gonna sound juicy, glorious. You know what? F it. I'll show you while we wait. Y'all get a little sneak peek just for being here early because you're cool like that. Okay. So yeah, this is coming out on the 23rd. I'm really stoked. 5 songs. The one you just heard on the intro, this, and 3 others.
Just woke up, I'm tired as fuck. Swear to God I slept enough. All these days it's blurring quick. This shit got me feeling sick. I've been working hard, babe. I've been eating hard lately. Ain't got time or money to feed my goddamn body.
Yeah, this is something me and Illy made together. So if you like it, there's more coming for sure. We always love to collab with the homies.
It'll be okay. I don't get a lot of opportunity, but I'll shoot my shot and that shit'll be okay. It'll be okay if only for a day. It'll be okay. It'll be okay if only for the day.
Come on.
Feeling like I'm burning up. All my best was not enough. Counting days away like this. I just need a little bliss. I just wanna party. So when's the good shit started? It seems like all this heartache is breaking us up, breaking us down. So if we could stick together, maybe we could live forever. Sending off our dreams for better. From now to the future. I don't make a lot, but I'll make the best of what I got, and it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Ooh, I don't get a lot of opportunity, but I'll shoot my shot, and that shit'll be okay. It'll be okay if only for today. It'll be okay. It'll be okay if only for today. It'll be okay if only for today.
I don't know what's going on with my YouTube, but for some reason my YouTube recommendations are just full of Mob Deep. It's so random. I don't really listen to music on YouTube, so every time I get recommended like music on here, it's weird in general, but then to get just like absolutely drowned with recommendations of one artist is very strange. Let me see, how many have I scrolled past? There's one. Yeah, see now I'm flood. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Three's not that crazy. I guess it just felt like more. Let's see. Oh no, that's not. Okay, we good. We good. Still like a bunch of like old head rap. It's funny. Some Tupac. No hate on like any of these artists. It's just it's random as hell. Lil Kim, what the fuck? What are these recommendations? This is not the music I listen to. I've had fucking Hood by Kneecap stuck in my head for like a week straight though at this point. I'm a H double OD low life scum, that's what they say about me. Sometimes I get the sense that people say they're wrapping up something when they're not actually wrapping it up. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. Let's watch the Cluckin' Bell shit. Why not? Browser.
Top it full of gravy. Insert some corn. Then deep fry it. You've got yourself a meal.
Hello there, welcome back to another episode of Arcade with Alvin, where today we're going to be making the stuffed pollo todo frito from Cluckin' Bell in GTA. It's a whole chicken, seemingly with head on and the feet, filled with gravy, mashed potatoes, stuffed with a corn cob from the back entrance, and fried completely whole, leading to a whopping 17,500 something calories. Now, I don't know about you guys, but that sounds fun and dangerous.
I never really played the old GTA games. Well, this is from GTA. This is 4, yeah. So I never really played this one. But that don't even sound good. Like, you know how like a lot of times these like game foods or movie foods that are like impossible and hilarious and over the top, they at least sound good. This sounds a chicken stuffed with mashed potatoes, gravy, and a corn cob. Just sounds like a shitty chicken. I mean, it might be moist, I guess, and those potatoes are gonna be overcooked to hell, man.
Let's do it.
So I'm curious.
With the help of Rachel, we were
I'm
able
curious
to
how he's
source
gonna
a
approach
complete
this. You
chicken
know,
with its feathers plucked off, head on, feet on, everything there, except for maybe its dignity. We were assured by the butcher that this was an ethically raised animal, so we will take his word for it. Although the things we are about to do to this chicken may not be so. Upon looking at the anatomy of the chicken and examining the front end and the back end with both my hands and a metal chopstick, let's just say that the entrance may not be as accommodating as the commercial might imply. Already filled with guilt, I am going to try and employ a different kind of method. Now, while I ponder my future sins upon this animal, I will go ahead and make the spice rub for it. So, in a container, I'm going to combine a tablespoon of hot paprika, 2 teaspoons of dried mustard powder, 2 teaspoons of dried thyme, 2 teaspoons of garlic powder, a teaspoon of celery salt, a teaspoon of onion powder, a teaspoon of white pepper, and half a teaspoon of ground ginger with some salt and pepper. This is kind of what you get after Googling the secret spice blend of KFC online, so we're going to kind of go with something similar. Just to get the flavor going, and because this is a whole chicken, it's going to need quite the heavy amount of seasoning. So first I'm going to season the chicken all over with the spice mix, especially inside the cavity and underneath any crevices or wings or drumsticks that might miss any patches.
And under the skin, I always season my chicken under the skin. I feel like it's far superior penetration of flavor. Like, it's not even close. Plus that separation makes the skin nice and crispy.
Make a simple breading for this mix as well, making sure to season the flour with the seasoning mix. I'm using about 4 cups of all-purpose flour and enough of the seasoning mix to get a nice pale red or orange tinge to it. I've never had any issues with over-seasoning the flour because that's kind of the favorite part when you eat fried chicken. It's that delicious crust combined with the juicy chicken inside, so I tend to over-season instead of under-season on the flour. Okay, now that our chicken has been rested for about 10 minutes or so and some of the water has started to come out of the skin, I'm going to go ahead and coat this in our seasoned flour mix, making sure to get all the crevices like before, as well as the inside cavity as well. Then we're going to go ahead and shake off any excess by patting it, more like aggressively tumbling this chicken over itself to make sure all the flour comes out of its holes. There's going to be a lot of weird phrases in this video. Okay, first I'm going to let that sit on a tray just so any...
So like, other than the unusual way it's butchered, so far this is just like a whole fried chicken, which is already a thing in like Japan and probably other Asian countries as well. But I remember we had a like a Japanese fried chicken place near us. Was it Korean? I can't remember. I never actually went because it was expensive as hell. But they had a whole like they sold whole fried chickens. That was like their thing. So I know that it's already a thing. So nothing too crazy yet. But I just the mashed potatoes cooked inside the chicken just doesn't sound like a good
Any
thing
of the
to me. I'm
excess
gonna be
flour still
real.
remaining on the chicken can kind of get a tiny bit tacky when absorbing the moisture from the skin. Now, we do have to make some mashed potatoes. This is pretty straightforward. We're gonna go ahead and use 4 russet potatoes. Gonna peel them, cube them up, pretty standard, and then boil them, first starting them in some cold water. I've heard this helps potatoes get less gummy, so that's what we're gonna do. Once these have boiled in our fork tender, I'm gonna drain all the water out and then return them to the stove, mashing them while cooking them on a medium heat, getting them almost to a chalky-like consistency. Rachel taught me this trick. It kind
The I do this too sometimes, but seeing it like this, using the sleeve to hold the pot handle is just giving such small bean energy.
of helps get any of the extra moisture out, so that way you have more room for that delicious butter and cream that we're gonna add in. That really makes mashed potatoes taste like mashed potatoes. I'm gonna go ahead and throw in a whole stick of unsalted butter, followed by an appropriate amount of milk to get you the consistency you want.
Yeah.
I don't think there's really
You need a
super
fuck
right or
ton of
wrong answer
butter.
for this. Some people like thick mashed potatoes, some people like us for this video. I'm gonna need them on the smoother side, so we might add a little bit more milk. Then we're gonna go ahead and season the taste, make sure that this tastes pretty good. And then we're gonna go ahead and make some gravy. This gravy recipe is pretty straightforward as well. First, we're gonna start with a 1/4 cup of butter with a 1/4 cup of flour, making a simple roux. And then based on some online research saying that KFC gravy tastes really good because of both maybe beef and chicken flavors, we're gonna make a beef stock and add that in, along with about 2 cups of stock and 2 cubes. I'm going to slowly whisk this to make sure there aren't any lumps, and I'm going to go ahead and finish seasoning this with some white pepper, some kosher salt, and black pepper. Once the gravy is ready and tastes pretty good, I'm going to go ahead and set that aside. With Rachel's help, Rachel's gonna go ahead and open up that cavity real nice of the chicken while I inject the potatoes and the gravy, not from the front end from the commercial, but rather from the back door. There's a larger hole back here, more access, easier to maneuver around and to insert anything we need to. First, starting with a little bit of potato. I would dislike if any of the gravy came out the front end during the frying process. That would be a weird version of regurgitation. So sealing that, making sure that we're safe.
Here's the other thing is, you know, when you reheat mashed potatoes and gravy after Thanksgiving, and then you gotta, at some point, whether you do it before, after, whatever, you gotta stir it. And then it just turns into like an amalgamation. I don't like that. That shit's gross. And I feel like that's what's gonna happen to the mashed potatoes in this. Like, this filling just seems foul to me.
Safe with a little layer of potato at the bottom of the cavity, and then taking a whole corn cob and very indelicately shoving it down the cavity. Ah yes, Grand Theft Auto, ladies and gentlemen. And just to be safe, I'm going to use a little bit more of this mashed potato to seal any excess holes and crevices, making sure that the corn cob plug is secure. This really needs to stay plugged up, or else we could result in a large disaster in the fryer. Okay, just so that we get a more of a complete breading setup. Okay, I'm gonna give this chicken a buttermilk bath all over, making sure that we coat everything. Dip it all in flour once more, just to make sure that we seal any of those entrances and exits. And also ask for Rachel's help on this one to lift it up so that way I can pat the flour between all those little nooks and crannies and holes. All right. Now, while we were working on this chicken, Rachel graciously helped us set up a nice deep frying setup outside. Because you're frying a whole chicken, this is kind of almost like deep frying a turkey. We kind of need to be in a safe environment. I also would highly recommend not attempting this at home unless you have a lot of experience in this area and if you have a fire extinguisher or the local fire department on standby, as there is a chance of imminent explosions and flames. Not the good kind. Okay, we heated our oil to about 350 degrees and holding...
Which, like, I just gotta talk about the fact that, like, deep frying shit is not hard. It just takes common sense. Like, measure the oil point with the thing, with what you're gonna cook in it ahead of time so you know how much displacement's gonna happen. Make sure it's fully thawed so there's no ice and it doesn't explode. Like, I'm sorry, but if you fuck up deep frying something, you're just stupid. You're stupid.
The chicken by its legs so that it hangs downwards. I'm going to go ahead and slowly lower this into the hot oil, making sure to not just drop it in immediately, but to kind of swirl it around so that the edges of the chicken can set a little, because I don't want any of it sticking to the bottom of the pot, because I can't see that either. Okay, let's let this chicken hang out. I can drop it now, and oh look, its little feet are slowly saying hello or goodbye as it slips lower and lower into the hot oil. Okay, now this fried for maybe about 10 minutes, and we started to notice that the skin and the crust was getting pretty nice and golden brown, but definitely not cooked all the way through. This is a huge chicken, and because the oil actually can't cook inside the cavity, heating it from both sides, we knew that this was definitely raw in the middle, so we're gonna do a technique where you pull the chicken out once the chicken skin looks pretty good, and we're gonna return it to an oven at about 300 degrees to finish until the chicken meat at its thickest reads about 160 or 165. Okay, once that temperature has been reached, this is the first attempt at our pollo todo frito. Go ahead and give this a look, make sure it's rested so the juices come spilling out. And I'm just gonna go ahead and go for my favorite part, the drumstick. I'm gonna cut a nice piece of that off. Tastes pretty good. Seasoning is great, crust is great. I think
Bro,
frying a chicken.
the way he just removed all of the skin, that's the best part.
Chicken is one of the few ways to make a chicken really juicy on the inside without overcooking it, which is why I guess a lot of people deep fry their turkeys. And in Korea, they also just deep fry whole chickens. It's a really good way
It was probably a Korean chicken place then.
to do it if you can do it correctly and safely. The flavor is really nice, has a fast food fried chicken taste to it. And let's go ahead and take out the fun part, the corn cob plug. Oh, okay, it's kind of wet. You know, a little bit of red on the end. Don't know, maybe I put that in too deep. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and take this to the side, and because we have essentially created a pool of sauce to dip our chicken into, we're gonna go ahead and dip the drumstick back into the back entrance to get some of that sauce out. There's a lot of metaphors you could probably imagine right now. I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys think of those. I'd rather not say them out loud, but it's delicious, so it works. Kind of made a potato gravy mixture. It's like when you have a fried chicken plate and everything's on the same plate and you just kind of dip it in there and you also get some potato with it. So I understand why this is a novel concept. It would also make a pretty good on the go if you're, you know, sitting in the driver's seat or the shotgun and you kind of are caught up in a shootout, but you still want to eat your fried chicken. If your ops see you, you know, blasting away while eating chicken with the other hand, I think that's going to send a very strong message that you should not be messed with. Okay, so the rest of the chicken is pretty good, but my biggest concern was the fact that we weren't able to cook it thoroughly because of the way that it was plugged up at the end. And I'm not a huge fan of those chicken juices having to stay with the potato, so I have another idea that also hopefully will give us a different result. So we have a whole chicken, a second one that Rachel
Gonna stuff it
procured. We did the
after
same
cooking?
thing. We're gonna flour it first.
That makes
with
more
our seasoned
sense in my
flour,
opinion.
but instead of assembling the potato, gravy, and corn while it's still raw, I'm gonna save that until the end. And taking notes from our previous whole fried chicken video,
It's still
we're gonna go
stupid,
ahead
but
and
it
double
makes
dip
more
here. So again,
sense.
back into the buttermilk for a second time, and then use our dredge to kind of get a really nice thick coating and a nice crust on
Oh,
it.
this is
Hopefully
gonna have
for
a
better
really
insulation,
nice
better crunch,
crust.
better flavor, and it'll hold up a lot better in the fryer.
That's gonna
Now
be
we're
so
gonna take this
good.
back into our oil. Same thing, hold it by the leg, slowly leave it in to fry for a little bit, and then letting it drop. This one fried for about 15 minutes at a lower temperature, about 325. And again, because this is a whole chicken, it's a little bit larger. By the time the skin and coating got nice and crispy, the inside still wasn't quite there. So again, we're gonna have to throw this back into the oven to finish off the cooking. Not as nearly as long as the first one, as it cooked a lot quicker. And so after removing that and inverting it on its head, it is now time to fill the chicken. Because of the excess breading steps, we have less of a cavity to work with. So I'm gonna go ahead and excavate some room, taking the excess breading to make room for our delicious potatoes. This gives us a lot more control
So
on having the
unbelievably
potatoes
cursed.
and the gravy not mixed with any of raw flour or chicken juices. And yeah, we had to go ahead and cook this corn cob ahead of time. But now, once that's all plugged up, I'm a little happier with this version of it. It feels a lot more cooked and cohesive, and a lot more crispy as well. And the chicken is definitely more evenly cooked overall this time around.
Nice.
Eating the drumsticks and stuff, I definitely prefer a chicken with a deeper crust when I'm eating fried chicken, so this was more for my taste. And you know, you can take the chicken again and dip it in the sauce in the middle, also delicious. Here's the fried chicken head, hold. Let's give it to Tony. Tony likes that. And yeah, let's go ahead and take this corn again, make sure that we get a nice coating of sauce around the cob, making sure we get all of that in there. Just, you know, maximum
Damn,
flavor.
okay, so
and yeah,
it
that corn is delicious as well. No one say anything weird, okay? Now, as we ate into this chicken, Rachel also had the great idea of having some hot sauce to go with it, which I guess makes a lot of sense. Now, that was really fun, but the thing is, these two chickens, if you really think about it, are a little bit impractical. However, that makes me wonder if the inspiration for this actually came from KFC's famous bowls, which I loved back in the day.
Yes,
These, to
the
me,
famous
were
bowls were
childhood
lit,
nostalgia during high school.
especially the
They're like
spicy
$5,
ones.
and it's just a bowl of their KFC mashed potatoes, gravy, popcorn chicken, a couple of shreds of cheese, and some canned corn on top. Probably just
good
a way for
shit.
them to sell whatever they had lying around for a lunch special and get rid of leftovers. However, it was delicious. So let's go ahead and see if we can make that. Have some chicken thighs here that I just chopped up into small chunks. Make sure to bread that with our leftover seasoned flour and our buttermilk to get a nice coating on them. And we're gonna go ahead and fry this in the leftover oil outside. No really precise time measurements. I just cook these until these are nice and golden, because these are definitely cooked through. So now that these are golden and crispy, I'm gonna go ahead and drain these and put some leftover mashed potatoes at the bottom of a bowl. Now, a couple of people have commented that they used to work at KFC, and what they would do to make their gravy so good was actually take some of those fried bits from the fryer after frying chicken and blend that back into the gravy, which I think makes a lot of sense, because you have the
That
fried
sounds
oil,
amazing,
you have
yeah.
the flavor from the seasoning mix, and maybe some chicken, and that's probably what gave it its signature flavor. So I wanted to try that by saving some of these fryer bits and just immersion blending them back into our gravy, which has thickened a little bit by now, so I'm going to add a little bit of milk, or half and half. Once that's all blended up and nice and smooth, we're going to take this finished gravy, put it on top of our mashed potatoes, get a nice sprinkle of our popcorn chicken, and top that with some cheese shreds and canned corn. Just to make sure that the cheese is a little bit melted, I'm going to blast this in the microwave for about 30 seconds, and yeah, this is our version of the KFC famous
so
bowl.
good.
Throwback to many,
Now
many
that
years ago,
I
where
would
going
fucking
out to lunch was
demolish.
a privilege, and having one of these meant you were the king of the school. I was actually really full of other chicken by this point, so I had Tony try this one. He really liked it. But wait, we're not done yet. There's a little bit more. We got some corn for this video, and we had a couple of cobs left over, and Tony had the great idea of making corn ribs based off of a couple of videos he saw online, which is basically just taking corn on the cob, cutting them into quarters straight through the stalk, and just straight up throwing them into oil and frying it. No batter, no coating, no anything. These fried until they curled up nice and curly, I guess, and that was kind of cool to see in the fryer. Once these come out, they're usually doused with some sort of seasoning. A lot of restaurants do this a certain way, but I thought tahini was the most convenient and would also make the most sense for these corn ribs.
I gotta be real with y'all. I don't fuck with tahini. It ain't for me.
After giving them a nice heavy sprinkle of that, I'm gonna serve these with a little bit of sriracha mayo we also had lying around, and ta-da, corn ribs. I've seen these at restaurants, I've never eaten them, but I will say it's fun because they're so much easier to eat now that the kernels have exposed themselves after the inside is curled up a bit, making them more dousable with seasoning and sauce. These are really good, really fun to eat. Not super crispy though, because there's still a lot of moisture in the corn, but definitely a fun snack. Rachel really loved these though. I think the sourness from the tahini really took these to a next level. And yeah, today was a very, very, very fun food day. Lots of fried chicken, lots of sauce, lots of laughs, lots of definitely not PG jokes. And the best part is we have so much food to pack up and take home. I was particularly excited for this because something about eating cold fried chicken straight from the fridge that just makes it taste so much different, but also
That's
really
facts.
good in a way. Okay, I think it's about time to take a nap for the next.
Okay. Let's see here. Billy should be they're just getting some coffee, they said, and then we'll be rocking and rolling real soon. So shout out Babish Culinary Universe, formerly known as Binging with Babish, for helping me kill a little time and be slightly horrified at this. This feels like a spiritual sequel to the Turkey Key episode. Okay, I'm glad that I'm not the only one horrified by this. I see that with the new pope, we felt the need to invent a new sin. That's good. Anytime you're frying a large portion like a whole turkey or chicken, remember to shut off the burner as you lower it in the oil. That way, even if it boils over. Oh, that's actually great advice. Yes. Hello, 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 friend.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Vietnam. No.
I was gonna say, welcome to the Dimsdale Dimmadome. I don't know why that's what came to mind, but we're here.
We are here and queer.
Queer and here.
Hells yeah.
Have no fear, queer is here. Oh my God, speaking of have no fear, queer is here for
Mm-hmm.
real. I met a local gay.
Oh my
They moved
god.
in down the street, right?
Okay.
They're queer. Let
Mm-hmm.
me let me give some clarity. They queer, go by they them pronouns, have a spouse who has no descript pronouns at this current time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to ask what their pronouns are when it comes down to it. They also use all pronouns, but similar to me, where I'm like, okay, you're gonna call me what you're gonna call me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all the things at this point. um, I asked them, I was like, I said to them, I was like, I'm trying to find wholesome ways of being a menace to to the neighborhood,
Mm-hmm.
um, because that's my anti-fascist bent.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Well, you're doing a great job just standing there." I started laughing, but they
That's
are
awesome.
from the area. They just moved back because their family's here.
Mm-hmm.
But they're originally living in DC. They're working for the past administration as a civil rights lawyer, but their job was completely like taken out by the Doge bullshit,
Mm.
and their whole department was removed, not just their job.
Jeez.
Yeah, so now they work for the UN doing civil rights lawyer work for the UN, but their
Mm-hmm.
contract is up soon, so um, they're probably going to be out of a job soon.
Damn.
But all that to be said, they're fucking dope. They're the most leftist person that we've met in the neighborhood,
Mm-hmm.
and like they are giving me a lot of hope for getting involved more
Mm-hmm.
with with the leftist community here, because I just have felt very isolated and
Right.
terrified.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and I just want to know from, I mean, our brief discussion with them did not make me feel any like less scared. If anything, it did make me more scared. Like, oh, I'm unaware of how much people hate me. I should
Mm-hmm.
be more aware of that type
Right.
situation.
Right.
So definitely good that we made that connect. But they know other queer people from the locale, and they're gonna introduce us to like a more leftist community out here of queer people. Because we even told her or told them, we were like, listen, the even the gays out here, like we don't know if we can trust them
Mm-hmm.
to not you know, feel really uncomfortable by us, pretty much. Like one set of gays was like, "We're not communists. What do they think we are? We love America." I was like, "Oh, we are different. We feel very differently about things."
Yeah.
Oh my god! But they were like, there are some locals that I think you'd get along with really well.
Yeah.
So big wins. I made a friend
Absolutely.
today.
Yeah, that's lit.
I made a friend today. I feel so good about it too. Like, oh my god, we talked for like an hour standing outside, and my
Mm-hmm.
dog was like trying to get us to keep going on her little baby walk.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, yo, I feel like my dad at church, because I'd be like, Dad, let's go home. You're talking way too much. So, but that's good. We haven't had like good discussion with our neighbors where I'm not like, oh, you make me scared to live here, you know? So this was really big win. Oh, thank you. I'm really stoked for me too, to be real. I'm stoked as hell. Like, fuck yeah. All right, here, let me go live, right? Let me start my virtual camera. You're already live, right? Do you want to send me a share link? Oh, also, oh yeah, am I already yapping on your channel? Oh my god, I jumped in, was like, oh, I'm telling you all the best parts of my day. Now I need to make space for you to share too. Nice. The way of the house husband. Bro, I just been saying that randomly. I'll be like cleaning something. I'll be like the way of the house husband. It's just like for posterity, because I I told my boy Cyrus about the show, The Way of the House Husband, and his partner was sitting there, and he looks at her and is like, "Would you like it if I practiced the way of the house husband?" And she just started listing off all of the things that she wants him to do as a house husband. I was like, bro, she's ready for you, bro. You got to follow the way. Come on. She said, yes, and let me give you a list, bro. I was so I was so here for it. That was so lit. Yo, I'm just starting my stream. Wanted to say, hey, just push that record button, and we're here broadcasting. Still so new to me and so wild. I'm sitting here as my own little radio station with my co-host. Uh, Sweetapple makes music over there. We're just getting our streams combined, and oh, look at my stream still says ukulele meets punk gone wild. Let me change that up. Yeah, let me change that up. Just chatting. Weekly creator check-ins. Just chatting with my collaborators. Boom. Oh, should I change it to the category of just chatting?
Yeah, we could do just talking or just chatting. That's what it is, right?
Something
Let's
like
see.
that. Yeah, I think it's just chatting.
Category. Yeah, let's do that.
I did make a coffee.
Nice.
So we're here just chatting and organizing and touching base. Sweet Apple and I touch base as creative collaborators at least once a week. We've
For
been doing
sure.
this for what, 6 months?
Yeah, probably about that. Yeah, 6 months.
Like August of last year, I feel like
Yeah.
we started. And honestly, has been such a great adjustment to my creative workflow as a
Mhm.
I feel like I'm a full-time creator at this point. I live stream like 2 hours a week. I
Yeah.
maintain a Discord server and a Threads page. Even though I'm not making any shmoney yet, I feel like I'm performing the things that a full-time content creator does.
Right.
So this was definitely very helpful for me,
Mhm.
us creating together. Let me share my screen again. That's wild. It dropped already.
Yeah. I
I don't even
mean,
have.
I
Say
don't.
what you can say.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if we need it for today necessarily, unless we're gonna do a cook up, which we can definitely do.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe we don't need to share our screen this time around.
Mhm.
No pressure. No pressure to get that together. But I do want your link so that I can put your little face
Oh
in
yeah,
there.
I sent you an invite here. I'll do another
Oh,
awaiting.
did you send it to me via Twitch?
I did, yeah.
Let me go get my Twitch on. What's up? I'm still new to this. I'm like, wait, I have to open Twitch when I stream through OBS. Ah. Okay, here we go. Did I just sound like a new creator? I think I just sounded like a new. I sounded like a noob as heck just saying that.
No worries. Yeah, I usually have like 4 tabs open that are just for like utility while streaming because I have a browser with Twitch, the creator dashboard. I have OBS. I have Discord open, and then I have now the collab stream tab.
Amazing. So
Yeah.
all the things.
Yeah. And that's not even like anything that I'm actually streaming, like a game or my DAW. So fun times.
Yeah, because then it's just like five or six other softwares that you need to.
Yeah.
Sheesh, there I am.
There you is.
All right, and I disabled your mic. Let me get your. Oh, there you are. But let me get this going. Restart my OS capture. Fire. Okay, it's lit. It is lit. Okay, I think we're all set up. Wow, this is so fast now. We are 4 minutes into the stream. No technical difficulties. Wow, it just took 3 weeks, 25 hours a week troubleshooting. That's success. So, what do you got to share with me this week? Not to spoil for you, but we did finish
I think I made up my mind.
Really? Why? Tell me why. Oh, it so is.
I think I made up my mind. I think I made up my mind.
I also like how your lyrics were anti-apathy. Like you were saying I don't want to be apathetic. Hey, Russell Woods in the house. That's an imaginary friend right there. Hey, bud. That's a bud right there. Oh my gosh. Welcome to the chat. We're just chatting today about Sweetapple's album and the lyrics. Right now, we're discussing his favorite song and the lyrics behind his favorite song. And I was just saying, I think anti apathy is a really cool element of your work. Anyway, you continued on. Other than Burnt Toast, okay, what's your least favorite song on the album? And then I'll tell you mine because I helped you produce some of these and did the mix down on it for like 2 weeks here in the Twitch while we were still learning the audio. And yeah, I don't know how much of my audience was able to actually hear what we were mixing, but we did it. We did it. Um, I I agree. I think that is my least favorite as well. Yes. Yes. It was definitely a good project. I think that there were some better songs. I'm going to point out one of my favorites. and we can tell the story of that a little bit, I guess. But you Oh, shoot, it might be. Okay, so my favorite, my actual favorite song is Adrift. Did you know I was gonna say that? Okay, Sweetapple came to me with this project. Oh, where's the link? Russ Wood says, where's the link? Let's go. Yes. So the song Adrift, Sweetapple came to me with this project and was like, okay, I have a 4-song EP, and then there's like this 5th song that I kind of hate that probably will never get on the album. Might delete it. And so I ended up saying to him, though, I was like, I'm going to make sure Adrift turns out to be one of your favorite songs on the album. We're going to overproduce the shit out of this song. And we did probably 3 sessions with Adrift, and like all the edits that I made in the last session, I ended up deleting because I felt like our second session really like held it out together. But we rebuilt the entire drum section of this project, of Adrift specifically. And I think it really added so much to the project in terms of like cohesion. Like the Spaceman and Adrift, I feel like they can be like perceived as similar, if that makes sense. The drum technique and just some of the vibe. I really loved Spaceman though. Oh my gosh. Okay, maybe Spaceman is my favorite. Sweetapple puts on this sultry voice and is like, "They call me Spaceman." And I'm like, "Oh my god, that's so dope. That's my favorite part." Super win. I love when people perform songs as like a character. And I could feel you putting on a character voice. I'm Z Mill. I don't think I know who Z Mill is. Time to get Google out. Z Mill. Oh, Z Mills. Okay. Oh, it's a typo. It was a typo. I literally Googled, I'm like, who's Z? Oh, Z Mills. Okay, on SoundCloud. Here we go. Z Mill money sign. I was like, oh, so Russ is Z Mill now. Okay. Brand change. They're like a SoundCloud rapper. That's funny. I was like, oh, I missed something from the zeitgeist. Is that a reflection of my age now? I don't know. Still eccentric orbits. I think that's Wrestlewoods' like YouTube channel, eccentric orbits. Actually, every time, yeah, every time he drops something, it appears in the Shameless Self Promotion channel. So yeah, and Russ does a lot with analog. Like a lot of his setup was analog based, but I think actually recently he switched to software. I don't want to speak for him here, so if he wants to share about that, feel free. Uh but yeah, we got an analog head in the house. What's up? Yeah. And then you can say, oh, these synth lines were written on a keyboard, not your average keyboard. We're talking about a laptop keyboard. Classic QWERTY. QWERTY, flirty, and thriving. Oh, yeah. It's QRT. Wow. Still on Google over there. I really loved watching Russ because he uses patching. Yup. Yup. Oh, so DFH on the computer is H is A, F is F, and D is E, which I always is kind of like a mind fuck. So that we got E, F, and G. Yup, I use the QWERTY a lot over here. And the I will say this, Sweetapple, a lot of your projects were in A major, so I had to know those notes. Ooh. Ooh. I love finding a new synth slash software company. Okay, this says they have a free SEM clone. Very cool. I was gonna say, I use a free LFO that is called Vital, and it's extremely customizable. Amazing free product. I love it. It's very easy to make hyperpop slash rage sounds in there. Like it's just right in the cut, like distorted. Like the best part about it is the many routes to distortion that you can go with that LFO. They have flanging and chord and chorus and like you can mess with that LFO and it's very user friendly. Like for some just opening up an LFO, it's like, okay, lots of science happening here. Knobs and don't know what they do, and it's hard to really find like your lane with that. But because it has so many presets and the user interface is so easy to use, it taught the software itself taught me how to use a low frequency oscillator, taught me the difference between square waves, saw waves, sine waves, and how to manipulate like brown noise and pink noise into my synthesis. That was like huge in unlocking the knowledge for me in terms of like production.
Yeah.
So definitely recommend Vital Audio for
Mm-hmm.
any beginners out there, or honestly, as far into your process as you are. Vital Audio will give you something really cool because even just their free presets
Mm-hmm.
will give you so many ideas to play with and teach you different manipulations. So
Yeah, that's dope.
Russell says that's a blind spot for me. That's a blind spot for me. Good thought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, when we talk about synthesis, right? We could talk about 100,000 different
Goodness,
versions
yeah.
of synthesis,
But that's kind of
and
the beauty of
so
it.
yes, I fully agree with you on that. That's the and yeah, anytime somebody has something more to share with me, I'm like, yo,
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking that with me.
Yeah. Yeah, synthesis is fun because it's such a deep rabbit hole, you know? There's always something new you can learn. And because it's so foundational to modern production, it
Right.
it's so useful in so many contexts beyond just like dialing in the tone of a synth or creating a really interesting sequence. It can help you mix better and help you master and any step of the process in recording. Understanding synthesis can definitely benefit you.
Super.
Hmm.
Yeah, synthesis and mixing and mastering is very unique,
Yeah.
let's just say. I always found that, at least from my experience, a lot of synthesis is done before the mix and master.
Hmm.
Because that's like well, I guess it really depends how you define synthesis, right? Like,
Right.
is the addition of distortion also synthesis? Like, some people would say yes.
Hmm.
So in that case, mixing and mastering, in my eyes, is like a really thoughtful process of,
Hmm.
and I guess processing is synthesis, right?
Yeah.
Process of distorting distorting everything
Yeah.
to sound cohesively distorted. that's
Yeah.
that's that's mixing and mastering.
Yeah. And that's what I liked
Cohesive
about
distortion.
modular too is it's very granular, and so every element of a arrangement that you make on a modular synth, you have to make the same choices you do in a mix. Is like, okay, how do I EQ this sound? How much distortion and overdrive do I want to put on it? What frequency do I want this to be? And because every element is a conscious choice, it's a really fun way to learn these foundational skills, and you can really get that immediate feedback to help you understand what's going on and what you're doing.
Hells yeah.
Yeah.
Hells yeah. I am excited for the next stuff that you and I are working on because
Yeah.
we're going to be doing a lot of synthesis here in the Twitch channel.
Hells yeah. Hell yeah. I
And
got
I'm excited too to learn about your guitar crunch.
oh yeah. My tone technique.
Your guitar tone is beautiful.
Yeah, I it'll be fun to kind of sit down and think through. Like we should do a cook up where we can start with like you create like some electronic elements and then I could throw down the guitar. Hey, appreciate you being here,
See you,
Russ. Be
Russ.
well.
Hell yeah. Take
Um
it easy, bud.
but yeah, like we could build out a song and then go through you walk through your process of creating synthesis of doing synthesis, and then we can do another where we stop and we talk about my process with tones and how I think about tones. Because for me, I was actually thinking about this because I knew we were going to talk about it, and I feel like guitar tone is like 90% just EQ and then adding effects to get it in the realm you want after it's properly EQ'd. You know what I mean?
Word. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Everybody has a different process with
Right.
their guitar tone. I feel like there's not a standard way,
Mhm.
and there's people who do guitar tone in non-standard ways that
Mhm.
is really beautiful and fire. Like,
Yeah.
when it comes to some of this, I don't think there's necessarily like a way,
Yeah, for sure.
but
Taste
many
definitely plays
routes to
a
enlightenment.
Yeah, and taste definitely plays a big role in that. But I just learned to mostly use EQ for my tone. And then, overdrive if I want to add more bite, which then adds more to the mids. But guitar is all about like the mids and the highs. And I love to give like a nice fat shelf on my tones.
Let's go. We
Yeah.
love a fat
Hell
shelf.
yeah.
I'm here for it. Oh my god. Whoa, this got me excited because I in my head I'm like, okay, I want to start getting involved with the locals
Mhm.
scene, you know?
Yeah.
And I think having a sick guitar tone will be just one way I can get in with the local guitarist,
Mhm.
if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
no, for sure. Like there's no easier way to get guitarists to start talking to you than just like rip a lick with some sick tone and then bro will come up like, "Bro, I like your tone." It's like, "Yeah."
Yo,
And then they'll like start asking
yes.
you about your setup. Absolutely.
Super. That's super the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I jokingly say I'm gonna find a drummer and set up a PA at the local Taco Bell and see who pulls up
For
just to meet some
sure.
people.
Yes. No, that's
I
definitely a thing. And it's funny too cuz I was always the odd duck cuz I was friends with a lot of tone heads and I was the only one who didn't have like a crazy pedal board. I had a tuning pedal, an overdrive, and a volume pedal and a delay. That was it. And I'm usually never used the delay except for like specific circumstances.
I had a wah pedal and that's it.
Hells yeah.
I was
Hells yeah.
I had the worst fucking tone ever for electronic artists, bro. I sounded nuts. Like no manic guitar,
Yeah.
very twangy with the wah. It was very not right. Not right. Oh god. But we all start somewhere. We all start somewhere.
For sure.
And I will say this. I had my chops really good with the
Mhm.
acoustic guitar
Yeah,
because
for
I used to
sure.
play the acoustic like busking style,
Mm.
and doing busking, you're putting yourself in position where you're playing for 4 to 6 to 8 hours,
Mhm.
and because of that my tone was so beautiful. Probably back
Yeah.
in like 2019 before COVID hit, I was in the subways probably like 20 hours a week
Yeah.
doing some sort of busking, or like if not that, then the other 20 hours a week I was selling my friend's art in the subway
Mhm.
with him. And so yeah, all that to be said, the acoustic guitar tone, I think out in rural places specifically, if you live in
Yeah.
a rural place, if you got acoustic guitar tone,
Mhm.
that's definitely, people notice your tone
Yeah.
really quickly when it comes to acoustic guitar out here because it's so naked,
Mhm.
you know?
Yeah, it's all technique.
It's all technique. Makes me
Yeah.
want to get back into it. Maybe play my acoustic guitar here in the server for a couple hours, or not server, LOL, in the Twitch for a couple hours one
Yeah.
day in the future.
Hell yeah, that'd be a great stream. I need to get strings for mine. I need some nylons for my bad boy. It's just been sitting because
Amazing.
I keep forgetting, and then when I think about it, it's like, oh fuck, I can't afford strings right now. And then I have
Ugh,
money and I spend it on stupid shit because I don't think about it.
me.
Yeah.
Stop telling my story.
Oh,
Oh,
but yeah,
it's a struggle.
I did have an idea for something we could continue on the theme of you brought up. If you want, we could go through the album and talk about our process on the tracks.
Yeah,
Yeah, cool.
definitely.
So this will be
You can even record it if you want.
true, true. Well, it'll be it's auto recorded on YouTube and TikTok, and then I can pull clips from there. But
Nice.
yeah, yeah, yeah. We got to get you multi-streaming for sure.
Ah, yes. Okay, I see that it is a steady process of learning. I feel
Yeah.
like now I can officially say, like, I am good on Discord.
Yeah,
Like,
definitely.
it is rare now that I ask questions.
Mhm.
It took me a year.
Yeah, it's
So
deep.
I think it'll be very similar with Twitch,
Yeah.
where a year from now I'm gonna be like, yo, remember when I had my affiliate marker at 16 followers? Crazy.
Yeah. Hells yeah. I'm
The
actually
good old days.
my dad just started using Discord. We have a family Discord now, so that's gonna be quite the trip.
Oh my god. I deleted myself from all family group chats because I
Yeah.
cannot. Good luck. I'll say
Yeah.
that. Good
Yeah.
luck.
Yeah. I mean, you know me. I won't be in it much, but
We cry. We
yeah.
cry. We cry. Where's my cry? There, I
There,
cry.
yeah. All right.
This is me in
So,
my family group chat.
lol.
Demon time.
So this is the first track, Burnt Toast. And if you have anything that you want to talk about, I can just pull the volume a little bit lower and we can just talk over it.
You're playing this?
Oh, yeah, you probably can't hear it. Hold on, I can screen share so you can hear. One sec.
Oh yeah, let me stop my stream share. Screen share. Okay, let's hear it.
All right.
There's something wrong with me, I keep getting in my own way. Pressure is pushing me to cave in and be lonely. But I don't really wanna be content with misery. The apathy that's seeping in is slowly killing me. Cause I don't wanna be here, I don't wanna be stuck doing the same damn thing and never giving a fuck. I don't wanna give in to the voice telling me that I will always be the same and I will never break. Wake up, everything goes so wrong. I'm singing the same song I was singing this time last year. So far, shit's been getting so hard. Maxing out my damn car, trying to get a day of rest here. I'm still hoping that I'll wake up golden. Got my mindset focused on a future that is brighter. Last year, I was sitting right here, swearing off the same fears, keeping me from my desires. I'm trying to catch up to the world, but I'm just losing time. It's changing faster than I'd ever.
Vocal crisp there.
The little what? The
Where you,
vocal.
like, where at the beginning of that verse,
Yeah.
your voice cracks.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's so
love that.
good. That's one of
So
those.
good.
I remember when I tracked this, it's one of those things that, like, it happened organically, and I then made the choice to keep it instead of re-recording it because I knew it was gonna add that little bit of character. And I think that it's so beneficial to be comfortable enough to leave your mistakes in songs at times. Because sometimes those little quirks are everything.
I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Losing time, it's changing.
Yeah. Here, I'll rewind it so we can hear it again.
I'm trying to catch up to the world, but I'm just losing time. It's changing faster than I'd ever hope to heal my mind. Apocalypse is no consensus, has me stressing out. Cause every year we never change despite our future's doubt. Cause I don't wanna be here, I don't wanna be stuck doing the same damn thing and never giving a fuck. I don't wanna give in to the powers that be. I wanna make a fucking change for something bigger than me. Wake up, everything goes so wrong. I'm singing the same song I was singing this time last year. So far, shit's been getting so hard. Maxing out my damn car, trying to get a day of rest here. I'm still hoping that I'll wake up golden. Got my mindset focused on a future that is brighter. Last year, I was sitting right here, swearing off the same fears, keeping me from my desires. Wake up, everything goes so wrong. I'm singing the same song I was singing this time last year. So far, shit's been getting so hard. Maxing out my damn car, trying to get a day of rest here. I'm still hoping that I'll wake up golden. Got my mindset focused on a future that is brighter. Last year, I was sitting right here, swearing off the same fears, keeping me from my desires.
Yeah. And so that's the opener. And I felt like both sonically and thematically, it introduces the project on the right note, where it's about, you know, self discovery, desire, and it's also pop punk as fuck.
Yes, yes, definitely vibey.
Yeah. But
Definitely
the
vibey.
yeah, I remember like specifically like let me think. Wake up, everything goes so wrong. I'm singing the same song I was singing this time last year. So there's a lot of like
Yep.
references to being in the same place that I was the year before. And
Because of fear.
right, right. Like it's self-doubt, and it's ultimately me holding myself back, which is why there's a lot of like I, me kind of language is like throughout the track. I'm blaming myself while I am still acknowledging the fact that the world is crumbling around me. And sure, that's not helping, but at the end of the day, I'm the one holding me back and keeping myself stagnant. Because maybe I can't save the world, but I can try, and I'm not even doing
And the
that.
mindset matters.
Yeah, absolutely. And
The mindset matters.
it does. It makes such an enormous difference, you know. Once I
This is the divergence from pop punk, I would say.
yes.
What you're the lens that you're using is a
Mhm.
divergence from the pop punk lens, where
Right.
it's everything's crumbling around me and it's
Mhm.
everyone else's fault.
Yeah, for sure. Especially my ex. Pop punk loves blaming women. Meanwhile,
Yo.
and like shit, I grew up on pop punk. Like I blamed women for shit for a long time, you know? And then I had to look inside and be like, "Oh, hey, maybe I'm the shitty one." And there's a song, the third track I talk about that, you know? And
I was just gonna say, oh, segue lyric. Ah.
yeah. And you well now you start to see the threads that kind of connect all the tracks. But yeah, like uh
Yes.
there's a lot of misogyny that was rooted in pop punk back in the day. And I feel like it got so close to being something truly amazing, especially with the way the scene addressed mental illness and kind of rallied around that. It was such a shame for so many of the prominent voices to be people who would just turn around and blame women for their own actions, you know?
Yep.
So yeah, my brand is very much about, you know, self accountability because shit, man. That's the only thing that's gotten me anywhere, you know. I grew up in the church and they always said, "Oh, you got to blame this and blame that, or it's your human nature and you just need God to fix you." And I realized that taking accountability for myself was more liberating than looking for a scapegoat or an easy pass for my behavior, which leads us
Yes.
into the next track. Oh yeah, I stopped the screen share by doing that. My bad. One sec. Which
No
leads us into
worries.
the next track, and I will share that screen. Death, which talks about, you know, my process of deconstruction and taking accountability for my behaviors, and how taking that accountability started to lead me away from, you know, the people I was familiar with and lead me in different directions.
Element
Specifically
crunch.
because the people around me didn't take accountability.
I prayed for you to come back, but
Yeah,
haven't seen you
period.
since. I checked in your songs, but didn't hear your presence. I looked at your house and it seems like you left. 'Cause all that I found were your static on I going deaf to you. Am I going deaf? Am I going deaf to you? Am I going deaf? What's the point anymore? Grown pains were killing me, you dipped out the door. Had a backslide, slipped into the lowest of my lows. And the throes of my decline, you were gone and boy it shows. Needed someone who could listen to my problems. Needed someone who could tell me how to solve them. Needed someone who was more than just a mural on the wall and who would always want to watch me hit the bottom. You left me so lonely, had me feeling like I broke. Now I'm moving on to better things and learning how to cope. I dream.
So yeah, like right there, you know, this verse is directed at God, or like the idea of God that I had been taught. And so, you know, I start out in this place like everything that I knew was in relativity to God and my relationship with God. And so I started examining that relationship, like, what's the point? I went through all this shit trying to get to you, trying to like find you and have that connection with you, and you were never anything more than just a mural on the wall. And that pursuit of that relationship left me so broken, left me blaming myself for things that weren't my faults, that it stopped me from taking accountability for the things that were in my control. It's like, oh well, God's got me, so I just got to keep doing what God wants and it'll work out. But that just isolated me and made me a more broken person, ultimately leading to you know a critical point where I either ceased to live or I ceased to live for a person who's not really even there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Cease to live for a scam, really.
right. And so yeah, I started living for me, and it's the single greatest choice I ever made.
For you to come back, I haven't seen you since. I checked in your songs but didn't hear your presence. I looked at your house and it seems like you left, 'cause all that I found were years that had gone. Am I going deaf to you? Am I going deaf? Am I going deaf to you? Am I going deaf? Sick of the way you try to twist and shape me, make me into something that eventually breaks me. Speaking of love, but then you're teaching me hate, hurting people, victim blaming, saying they choose their fate. Hold up, wait, that doesn't sound like Christian love. So from above, tell me where's the hope you're speaking of? 'Cause all I see is exclusion, being led by delusion, drives to a conclusion that brings the hell of illusion. Something don't sit right here. Why are you so obscure? Maybe you just don't care. Maybe you're just not there. I prayed for you to come back.
That's one of my favorite. I like, okay, as someone who also grew up in the church,
Yeah.
right? I know how it feels to be like, maybe you just don't care. Why are you so obscure? When you said that, I was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, for real. Why are you so obscure though? That is
Yeah.
real.
Yeah, and there's also in the first part of that verse is like me beginning to take accountability for, I'm looking at the way I'm behaving, and I'm sick of what the church was turning me into, is making me a shitty person who hurt other people,
Yeah.
who victim
Yeah.
blamed, and who,
Yeah.
despite talking so much about spreading love, ultimately just spread harm and hurt people. And that was kind of the beginning of me taking accountability for myself, was realizing that my output in the world was toxic.
Yeah.
And then,
And I like what you've been saying about ownership. Like
absolutely.
you're accountable to yourself and you're taking ownership over that toxicity and changing,
Yeah.
because it's one thing to recognize you're toxic, but it's another thing to take ownership of that and to change.
Yeah. And so that kind of led me into the, questioning of God. Is like, well, if this pursuit of God is making me so toxic, well, okay, well, let me pray, let me talk to God. I'm not getting any answers. Let me check the Bible. It's very opaque. It's not very clear. Are you even there? you know?
Yo. Yeah.
and
Yup.
and that pursuit of, goodness, of being a good person and having a positive output in the world, and the sense of self-righteousness, or not self-righteousness, but the sense of righteousness and justice that had been ingrained in me, it began to lead me out of the church. And that's where the song is leading us now, is like, transitioning from that fear of losing connection with God to the confidence knowing that I never needed God. God was never there to begin with, and I'm in control of the output that I'm putting in the world. And I can just tune out this crap and be me. And this version of me can be so much better than I had ever been before, because I can fully embrace myself finally. And so that's reflected musically as well in the song, switching to a more major sound.
Oh, wait, hold on. Don't play again. My audio capture.
Oh, okay.
Dang.
I
So
got you.
sad.
No worries.
My audio capture fell out for like 2 seconds there.
Okay.
Probably when we I accidentally left the stream in the Discord a second ago, but I just
Oh,
came
okay.
back. So that probably
Okay.
caused me to lose my OS capture.
Yeah.
I'm only saying that for my own self to remember, like, don't
Yeah,
do
yeah,
that
yeah.
again.
Okay. Are we good?
Sorry, my bad.
No
Yeah, we're
worries.
good.
Okay,
Sweet
cool.
Apple, for anybody viewing from mine, Sweet Apple was just sharing about this part of the song is actually leading us to the greener pasture where he had realized prior that he was toxic. He was toxic to the people
Mhm.
around him, but taking ownership of that has led him to a, a place of confidence where he can stand on his own feet because he's finding his identity in himself rather than trying to, I guess, have your identity defined by some like arbitrary deity
Mhm.
that you now don't believe in.
Right. Yeah. And so on to the breaking chains.
But haven't seen
Yes.
you since. I checked in your songs but didn't hear your presence. I looked at your house and it seems like you left. Cause all that I found were your static on I going deaf to you. And I going deaf. And I going deaf to you. And I going deaf. And I going deaf to you. Am I going deaf? Am I going deaf to you? Am I going
I love the
deaf?
delay here.
Yeah.
Am I growing deaf to you? Am I growing deaf?
And the arrangement here
Yeah,
is very
I'm growing
symbolic
deaf
too.
to you.
Yup.
Because you know, it's the end of my fear and the beginning of this confidence, and so it is reflected in the music because each instrument is fading out as sort of representing the way that I lost pretty much everyone in my life, everything that I had built up to this point in my life as I left the church. And so it reflects that isolation. You can hear in my vocal like the fear. And then on the other side of that, it was new friends and new adventures and new passions and new projects. And so that's some
I love Jen's voice in there at that part
yeah.
because
Yes.
she just rings out like
Mhm.
the truth of what you're experiencing at that time. And I think her
Exactly.
vocal was so good. I don't know if she can hear me saying this right now, but
No. She was actually
I'm
just
giving
in the
her her
living room.
flowers.
Yeah, yeah. She absolutely crushed that. She sounds so good on this track.
Yep. Would you mind rewinding it just a little bit before you jump back into this
Yeah, we're
part? Let's hear
glazing me.
the.
Here, say that again in a sec. One sec.
Oh,
I'm getting her
heck
the
yeah.
headphones.
Here we go. Here we go. Oh my gosh. First time chatting with Jen. What's up? Oh my goodness. I just got to tell you, we're listening back to the album right now and we're listening to your vocals. And I had to give you a little shout out because I think you killed the vocals there. I knew you're new to recording at the time, but you did a really good job.
Thank you so much.
The
That means a
distortion on
lot.
your voice is so fire. I think you should do a solo project
Okay.
ASAP.
That's very
personally.
tempting. Very, very tempting. Yeah, we'll definitely chat about it. I'll think about it. That means a lot coming from you all. Thank you so much.
Fire.
Fire. Cool. Well, I'll let you get back
Fire.
to the magic. Bye, everyone.
Bye. It was nice to talk to you. Amazing. OMG. That was the Jen, the infamous Jen,
The legendary Jen.
the legend, the myth, the legend.
But yeah, let me rewind this so we can hear that vocal again.
Yeah, let's rewind it.
Yeah, I'm growing deaf to you. Yeah, I'm going deaf. Yeah, I'm growing deaf to you. Yeah, I'm growing deaf. Yeah, I'm growing deaf to you. Yeah, I'm growing deaf. Yeah, I'm growing deaf to you. Come back, but haven't seen you since. I checked in your songs, but didn't hear your presence. I looked at your house and it seems like you left. Cause all that I found were your static on I'm growing deaf to you. Yeah, I'm going
Let's
deaf.
go.
Yeah,
This part
I'm
goes
going
so
deaf
hard.
to you. Yeah, I'm going deaf.
sick.
Yeah.
Yes.
We gotta do something. We gotta do a track that's got like "We Are the In Crowd" vibes. Get that like dual vocalist
Ooh.
vibe going. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, that would go so hard.
Yes.
I'm super
Um.
here.
But anyway, Death. The
Let
the
me just
hook.
make a little let me just make a little comment about Def.
Oh yeah, go right ahead.
The production side of
Mm-hmm.
it.
Yeah.
We did a full beat overhaul
Yeah.
and bass overhaul
Yeah.
with this project. We added all the gates that you're hearing on the project, the
Mm-hmm.
wah 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 wah, like that you're hearing from the bass line in the
Mm-hmm.
background, as well as I cooked this beat with you
Mm-hmm.
on live stream like a couple
That
weeks ago
yeah, those
on the spot.
drums. So
Those
fire.
drums, they changed the whole vibe of the song. I'm
Absolutely.
really glad that we worked together on it because
Yeah.
it helped preserve your original vision
Mm-hmm.
while elevating the tones to match the modern era because you recorded this song in like 2017 or something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Yeah. Forever ago.
We just like updated the sounds, brought it into 2025
Yeah.
and really gave it that industry polish
Mm-hmm.
on the way that we processed and distorted your beat. Like
Yeah.
your vocals didn't even need that much support. You built out this vocal track really awesome, and
Mm-hmm.
Jen's vocals as supporting behind you was like perfect.
Yeah.
So really the part for me that was the treat here was like building out the beat with this project
Mm-hmm.
and giving, like you said, creating ambient environments
Yeah.
where you needed to feel the isolation,
Yeah.
where Sweetapple was like shouting into the void
Mm-hmm.
and the cavernous echo of his voice, not necessarily in time. You know, it wasn't your normal delay where we were
Mm-hmm.
putting it on like a quarter or something. We put it
Right.
on like a seventh. Or it was off,
Mm-hmm.
meant to give you that feeling of instability
Mm-hmm.
and isolation.
Yeah.
And so that was definitely a fun part of the project to cook up for me. And
Yeah.
then the build up from that place of isolation, bringing you to the end where you have the projecting your sounds and then I hear your presence. That like bouncing,
Yeah.
pulsating like energy at the end where you feel like you're walking up a mountain,
Right.
right? You're like carrying that pack with you, but everything is working together to help bring you up there. You're like the little
Mm-hmm.
engine that could at that point.
Yeah. For sure.
Like I think I can.
Yeah, absolutely. And from a songwriting point, this is actually perfect segue. Was the last thing I wanted to talk about was the hook in the lyrics is like how it kind of has a dual meaning. In the beginning of the song, it reflects a desperation. Is like I checked the hymns and I didn't feel your presence. I went to church and all I found were these ignorant ass people. And then it transitions to like letting go of that and being like, you were never in the songs. You weren't ever in that church. Like you were never there and I'm free now.
Yes. Very cool. I understand that feeling very intimately. It's
Yeah.
like that feeling of like breaking the paradigm of indoctrination.
Yes.
It's like a very specific feeling. And it
Yeah.
can be very, very lonely process there.
For sure, which is actually what the next song is all about is, after the initial high of getting out uh ends, uh you usually are just left all by yourself with nothing. None of the connections you had. And by this time in your life, you're usually an adult. Everyone's got their shit figured out for the most part, and you just went back to square one. And there's
Oh yeah.
a
Woof.
sense of listlessness that comes with that, and you're constantly comparing yourself to others, and that's the time that you got to kind of dig deep and really do that internal work to transform. And so
Yep.
Spaceman, which we'll listen to next, is all about that sense of
Mm.
listlessness and hopelessness that you know takes a really fucking long time to get over.
Facts. Before you hit play, I
Yeah.
do want to point out
Mm-hmm.
with this track,
Yeah.
we did some really, before we get into it, I just want to preface just basic off the jump what we did
Mm-hmm.
to adjust it from your original for the mix, right?
Mm-hmm.
We had a very trap centric lead. It was mixed and saturated like a trap lead, and
Mhm.
it stood out very starkly against all the rest of the projects.
Yeah.
So accidentally, I put a distortion pedal on it. A distortion pedal I never used. I genuinely clicked the wrong button, and it appeared this distorted version of this I guess synth lead,
Mhm.
and the chat actually was like, if I made that mistake accidentally,
Mhm.
I would call it genius and keep it, pretty much is what they said.
Yeah.
And so we processed it so that it had a little bit more space, that both of those tones could come out.
Mhm.
And then Sweetapple actually finger drummed the beat to this one. And I took his finger drum midis and I separated it by MIDI notes. So I made snare MIDI, a hi-hat MIDI, and a kick MIDI, and we kept his original pattern, but we updated the sounds
Mhm.
and the velocity
Yeah.
just to make it feel very tight.
Yeah.
But this song has such a walking feel to it.
Mhm.
Like it just walks along. It has a gait.
Yeah.
And I think that your finger drumming really added that human timing to it. It has that Jay Dilla offset
Yeah.
kick energy to
For
it,
sure.
where although it's not exactly Jay Dilla's style of offset, it's the technique that makes it feel just really nice,
Yeah.
unquantized.
Yeah. I remember when I
And-
first. Oh, keep going. Keep going.
No,
Okay.
that's. Tell me what you're gonna say.
I was gonna say. I remember when I first made it. I had actually just watched a video of Questlove talking about tuplets, and and so I was like all about it, and I was just trying to experiment with using tuplets, and sort of by accident created this groove that just it had this drop beat that shuffled the sweet spot of the rhythm perfectly as the song progressed, so that it felt like every repetition of the drums was a unique and new pattern, but it's just the same pattern
Intentional.
over and over again.
Yep.
And it's just
Agreed.
a little bit, again, another kind of happy accident.
Yep. It's stylistically quite different from the rest of your tracks.
Yeah.
But the way that we tied it together was through that crunchy distortion, bringing it in with the style of the rest of your album and adding a level of cohesion that I think was necessary to make sure this project, like Spaceman specifically, within the broader context of your EP, had its own little sweet spot.
Yeah.
I love that it's right in the middle.
Yeah, for sure. It's
So good. All right, let's hit play.
All
Done
right.
talking about it. Let's hit play.
I've been feeling lost, I've been feeling restless. I can't seem to get my thoughts to come to a consensus. Got this senseless chatter going on and on, that shit is endless. I'm helpless, I'm defenseless. Wish I could come to my senses. The night's been getting long, the sunset comes too early. The worry in my thoughts is killing me. Ain't even 30 yet, I'm feeling out of options, like my life, it did me dirty. Now I'm hurting, hoping something changes, something makes me worthy. Come spaceman, had my head up in the clouds, came untethered by the weather. Now I'm never coming down. I'm complacent as I float among the stars. Shining dreams will take you far, but I got no gas in my car. Come spaceman, had my head up in the clouds, came untethered by the weather. Now I'm never coming down. I'm complacent as I float among the stars. Shining dreams will take you far, but I got no gas in my car. me I'm infected. Spent my life devouring pies just to be protected. Was ejected from my childhood, neglected and injected into constant paranoia about people I respected. Can I ever win? Or have I been incepted? Can't remember any dreams that left me so affected. I rejected holding on for hope, assumed that I was cursed, and once suspected I detected maybe I'm the fucking worst. Come spaceman, had my head up in the clouds, came untethered by the weather, now I'm never coming down. I'm complacent as I float among the stars, shining dreams will take you far, but I got no gas in my car. Come spaceman, had my head up in the clouds, came untethered by the weather, now I'm never coming down. I'm complacent as I float among the stars, shining dreams will take you far, but I got no gas in my car. Yeah, I got no gas in my car.
Wow. I'll also say this. I think your vocal layering on this was chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Chef's kiss vocal layering. Your chorus, your backing chorus,
Mm-hmm.
the hey,
Yeah.
Like, so beautiful. Then you had
Mhm.
your lead vocal that had a character, and I said this earlier. You sounded so tree.
Yeah.
Call me spaceman.
Call me
I'm like, oh my
spaceman.
gosh. I was like, I think I've related it to Nightmare Before Christmas, the Oogie Boogie Man.
Oh right, and then I did a whole, and then I went on my whole little like, you're joking.
Yes. Another Sweetapple voice acting extravaganza. I love when you do that voice. Oh my god. Every like the moment you say spaceman, I'm like, oh my god, yeah. It's like I want to do a vocal fry. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Because you killed it. It's just a
Thank
good
you.
performance.
Yeah.
Great performance.
Yeah, I wrote this when I had just moved to Seattle, which was the first time in my life that I wasn't just constantly surrounded by church people who were monitoring everything I do, you know? And so Jen and I had moved to Seattle for her to work at UW, and for a while it was, it was fun. It was fun. I was like, I'm free, haha. But then I realized like I don't have any friends.
Oops.
And I can bust my ass all I want and make music, but no one's gonna promote it because no one knows me, and the people who do know me hate me now and think I'm some sort of like monster for whatever reason. And I
Wait,
was
you're a
just
monster
feeling,
because you don't like Jesus?
yeah.
Oh no.
And
The Oogie Boogie Man.
yeah. And I just felt very alone and powerless and frustrated that I had given so much of my life to the church, because I could have spent the best years of my life, actually building something for me that actually meant something. Uh and I'll be honest, like I'm still like kind of bitter about that. Like uh
Question.
yeah,
Raising my hand.
go for it.
Wait, is this how I raise my hand? There I
There
go.
it
I raised my
is.
hand. Question.
Yeah.
How long ago did you have your like paradigm breaking moment?
Um for
How old were you?
me, let's see. I would say it would have been like it would have been at least 10 years now, roughly 10 years, I would say.
Okay.
And but it wasn't until like 2020, so it was probably about 2015 that I realized it was all bullshit. Um, because the head pastor was like, at the church that my dad worked at, for like he had been there for years and had like built out the whole staff and everything. They hired this new head pastor who was like being hella shady and probably like low key traveling and fucking around. But he was definitely traveling and interviewing at other churches the entire time he was there. And when he was present, he was like dismantling the staff and turning everyone on my dad. And I realized like, wow, you're not just flawed, like you're actually evil. And like,
Yeah.
it was something I had witnessed a bunch of times and it always just kind of dismissed as, oh, it's just flawed people. But like it was that moment when someone was like actively trying to destroy my family and everything that we had, and like literally trying to ruin my dad over some ego trip shit, that I realized that like, no, like almost all the people who want power here are just villains. Like the fucking guy who's the lead pastor there now, this could like this will low key like tell people who he is. He he was like so obsessed with being the chaplain for the Bills and for the Sabres, and he would always post on his socials like, "Oh, I'm hanging out with the Bills. Oh, I'm hanging out with the Sabres." This dude doesn't give a fuck about people's salvation. He's a fucking clout goblin, and he helped destroy my dad's career and chase him out of the country just so he could get more clout and become the head pastor. Like it was I realized that like it's not just like, oh, these people are flawed. Like no, these people are fucking evil.
Yeah.
And yeah, there
Yep.
was no going back at that point. Like I had already kind of, I had these issues logically with the doctrine. I was in at IWU and learning theology and being taught,
Yikes.
all the arguments and everything. And I was like, this shit don't make
Yikes.
sense, like the whole like C.S. Lewis
Did
argument that we get morality from God is like, no, like being good
they
to each other
teach
just
you
what's that? Go
they
ahead.
teach you
Yeah.
the most illogical
Yeah.
reasoning
Yeah.
to try to make it logical. I'm
Yeah.
telling you, it
Yeah.
is poppycock. I
Yeah.
don't actually know what that word means, but I think it means equal to malarkey.
Yes.
And I don't know what that word means, but I think it means y'all are confused.
Yeah. And so
It
like
just like
I already had these logical grievances, but then I saw that shit go on, and this dude who was like supposed to be mentoring me, he always talked a big game, like, "Oh, I'm going to help you get in the industry." He was like involved in the big Christian music festivals and shit. And then he got wind that I was like having doubts. And so he sets up a meeting with me. He's like, "Hey, let's talk shop about music." I'm like, "Cool. I'd love to hear what you think of what I'm working on, blah blah blah." And then he just like ambushed me with like a, "Why are you having doubts? You
yikes.
blah 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 blah." And I was like,
Yikes. Oh,
"Wow."
I know the
So
feeling.
yeah, yeah. And like I was low key
Oh.
ready to like do the classic like, "Oh, I'll start as a Christian artist and then pivot." And like I was going to fake it for a few years just cuz it was like I had people who were genuinely like
Easier.
talking about helping me on that path. I was like, "Well, shit. This is what I want to do. I'll just do that."
Bro, we had the
But
same
yeah,
story.
but I
Whoa, wait, was it the same guy? Was
does
it
his
at
name?
IWU?
No, 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 no.
Oh,
But I
okay.
probably
I
know
thought
there is a guy who's the guy from LA that's at IWU, right? And he like always books the bands. Is that who you're thinking of?
no, I'm just wondering if maybe we
Oh,
had the same guy. Like,
yeah.
I don't know if he books the bands. I don't know if he's from LA. This
Hmm.
guy I used to babysit for him and his
Okay.
kids actually. He
Yeah.
offered to manage me. 30%
Hmm.
cut Christian
Yeah.
circuit. Because I was
Yeah.
already playing Christian circuits at that time, like
Right.
in Indiana, and I was
Mm-hmm.
performing already at churches and stuff. Oh my God,
Mm-hmm.
I'm embarrassed. Y'all, this was a past version of me that I don't look at with positive energy. I just am clarifying to Sweetapple who this might be.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. I don't
Yeah.
even know his name.
Oh, damn. Well, the guy that I was talking to was from New York, uh, and from the church that I actually went to. But I think I know who you're talking about. I'm blanking on his name, but I do think I know who you're talking about from IWU.
White guy, piercing blue eyes,
Yeah, yeah,
shakes your
yeah,
hand, has a really white, big smile. He
yeah.
looks like
Yeah.
the guy from Home Improvement.
Oh, wait. I'm
Ta-
gonna I'm gonna message
ta-
you a
ta-
name and see if this jogs a memory.
Oh my God. I'm crying right now. You about to he DM'd me a name. I don't think
Damn.
so.
Okay.
I
Okay.
don't
Okay.
think so. So Sweetapple and I went to the same college years ago, at different times. So we do
Mm-hmm.
have like we kind of run in a little crowd there,
Yeah.
but uh, we kind of know about the culture of the area, like
Mm-hmm.
and of the school because we both went there,
Yeah.
and we do have some mutuals. But we
Mm-hmm.
didn't know about each other until last year
No, it's so
when I
crazy.
began Illy Baby. Yeah, I began Illy Baby, and Sweetapple was Sweetapple at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And I met Sweetapple on Threads.
Mm-hmm.
And we still didn't know that we both had gone to IWU until like 6 months into our friendship.
Yeah.
And at that time, we were already practically besties. Because I was like, oh my God, no,
Mm-hmm.
you now you know me.
Yeah.
Like, you know me in a way that goes so deep without
Mm-hmm.
having known me. Like, you know what I've been through, bro.
Yeah.
Like, like you know what I've been through. Crazy shit
Yeah.
there, y'all. Like, some really tough energy for transgender disabled people to navigate, queer people of any
Mm-hmm.
kind.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you like sign away your gay rights when you go to
Yeah.
school.
No,
Really
that
do.
place is a hellhole for real.
Oh my God. You have to denounce homosexuality when you sign up. Like, I swear to God, this is
Yeah.
a real. We went there. These
Yeah.
gays.
Oh yeah.
These gays.
Yeah, no, that place is fucking hell on earth.
Oh my God. All that to be said, so glad we made it out, bro.
For
And
real.
okay, so 10 years ago, 2015 is when you had your paradigm shift. Did you
Mm-hmm.
have your paradigm shift at Indiana Wesleyan?
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn, me too. Oh my
That that's
God.
the thing. Like, unless you're already like fully bought in and brainwashed, places like IWU are only gonna drive people away. Like normal people are gonna see that and go, "Oh my god, this is a cult."
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a cult. How's that vocal fry? I've been practicing.
Yeah, that's like that's what is that called? Guttural. Those are some gutturals right there.
Doesn't hurt my throat.
Nice. That's what's up.
No, no rawness.
That's fire. Yeah.
Oh my God. Wow. So,
Yeah.
okay, so you had your paradigm shift 10 years ago. You've
Mhm.
been on your journey to here. I
Mhm.
had my paradigm shift about 10 years. We went both to New York.
Yeah.
When were you in New York?
I was in New York before IWOOS and a little bit after it.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
yeah. And not New York
New
City. I
York
was in
City?
Buffalo. No.
Oh, I remember. That's why you're so particular about your Buffalo not Wild Wings, but Buffalo Wings.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, cuz nowhere else does it right.
Clearly. Oh my
But
God.
yeah.
And then Seattle.
Yeah, then Seattle.
Okay,
Um,
and I'm sure bouncing around like that was tough for building friends. When did you
yeah, yeah,
meet
yeah.
Jen?
We met in New York. So here, I'll give you like the quick timeline of my life. When I was like a wee baby, we went to Virginia, and then right before I started middle school, or no. When I was a baby, we went to Indiana because my dad got recruited by the church out of business school because he was working for Irving Oil as a corporate killer, and it was soul crushing. So he got brought in to be a pastor in the Indiana. So they make him a pastor. He works there for a couple years. They steal his pension, and then we move to Virginia, and he continues working as a pastor.
I'm
Um,
sorry to laugh at your father's misfortune, your family's misfortune.
no, it's fine. I meant it to be funny because it took him.
Okay.
He didn't realize it right away either. And but yeah, no, they straight up stole his pension.
Fuck.
Yeah. And then we moved to Virginia and I lived there throughout elementary school. Then right before middle school, moved to Iowa in the Quad Cities. Then first year of high school, moved to Buffalo, New York. And then I went freshman year of college to South Carolina. And then sophomore year, I went to IWU. IWU made me realize two things. One, I'm not a Christian. Two, college is bullshit, so I dropped out. And then I lived in Columbus for a little bit, and then I eventually moved back to New York, met Jennifer, and then we went to Seattle. And now
Wow.
we're in California.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bouncing around, bouncing
Rolling
around,
Stone.
bouncing.
Yeah.
Damn, that's a distance.
Yeah.
That's a lot. You literally traversed the entire United States at that
Basically.
East and West Coast.
Yeah.
Even Midwest.
Yeah,
You
I've
were
been
all up in
around.
this bitch. You've been all up in this bitch.
I'm not even American, and
Damn.
I've seen more of this country than most Americans.
I was about to say. Damn. So, all of that to be said, this album is kind of like your story
Yeah.
of that journey across coastlines
Yeah, for
and
sure.
across paradigms.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. All right, so we did Spaceman. What's
Yeah.
the next one? I'm dying to know what the next song is.
So the next one is the Coke song. Okay. This one I mostly wrote because I just needed this is basically like what I need to hear a lot of the time. You know, this isn't necessarily how I feel. It's just what I need to hear sometimes.
Yup. Relatable.
Yeah.
Also, can you just pause it for a second?
Yeah.
I love you so much, Sweetapple. I feel like we're at the point in our friendship where I can be fully
Yeah.
honest.
I love you too, pal.
I hate that siren. I hate that siren. I hate it. The moment I first heard it, I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna fuck that shit up so hard. And you let me put some distortion on it,
Yeah.
but it's still a siren.
Yeah.
And I see the function. I see the function at this point in the album of having a siren. It's like your wake up call.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah.
It reminds me of hiding in my basement because of the Doppler effect
Oh.
and tornado warnings as a child.
Oh, yeah. We used to hide in the bathtub. That was what we would do.
Damn. Yeah, we
Yeah.
would hide in our storm cellar pretty much.
Nice.
So when
Midwest
I
shit.
hear the bwomp, 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 I'm like, oh, get down. Tornadoes are coming.
It's so funny.
I get a little twang in my voice.
Yeah.
Little Midwest twang hitting. Like, oh no. Batten down the hatches, baby.
That's so funny. Yeah, this whole song was actually built around that. Like in my head, before I even knew lyrics or anything, I just originally
I love you.
I was originally gonna do it on a guitar, but I didn't like how it sounded on guitar. So
Damn, I wish
switched
I could hear what that sounded like. Nah. It's a creative choice. It
Yeah.
has purpose. As much as I'm goofing with you, you know.
Oh yeah.
Like,
You don't have to
I
like
think-
everything I do.
yes, no, I'll just mix it for you. I'll like, you know, deal with it. It's fine. But it does make me feel like this is probably my least favorite song in the album.
Mhm.
You also said this one just it's that filler that helps
Yeah.
you lighten the mood.
Exactly.
It's like you don't need comedic relief
Mhm.
in everything, but when it does happen, it's kind of nice.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, this is not comedic, but it has that same relief
Right. Just a
within the
little bit of
context of
levity,
your album.
because the rest of the tracks
Yes.
are very heavy.
Yes.
So,
If you
I
want
need
to, if you want to, if you want to clip me shitting on your song, it started at an hour and
Hell
15
yeah.
minutes. But I really like this album. Like
Mhm.
if me saying that at all is me being picky
Yeah.
and trying to find something wrong, you know, like
Yeah.
it's a beautiful work. So
Mhm.
please bring it on, hit play.
Oh, I will say the first bar is literally both of us today.
Just woke up, I'm tired as fuck. Swear to God, I
Call
slept
out.
enough. All these days are blurring quick. This shit got me feeling sick. I've been working
I just
hard,
wanna- oh,
babe.
sorry.
I've been eating
My bad.
hard
I was too early.
Ain't got time or money to feed.
Oh, I will say you were a little early. That part in
My bad.
specific, I wrote. So I wrote this song years before I recorded it. And that part was again, we were in Seattle, and we walked everywhere. We were in a food desert, and I was working at. I don't know if I was working at. I doubt I was working at the dog daycare because I would not be this depressed. I was probably working at Mod
That's-
Pizza. And
Oh, very
so
depressing.
very. And so I was like depressed as hell. I was working. I was hungry all the fucking time. And I had no fucking money no matter how much I worked. And like
Yeah.
during that span of time, I lost like 80 pounds. Just
Damn.
yeah, yeah. I put it back on since, don't worry. No.
Let's
But,
go. That's what I like to hear.
But yeah, no, I dead ass like in the span of a year I dropped like 80 pounds without like actually actively
Woof.
exercising or dieting, just because I wasn't
Poverty.
getting enough. Yeah, just poverty.
Just
So,
poverty.
yeah.
You want to get yo. Oh my god, poverty as fuck will do that to you
Yeah.
real. Like you
Yeah.
get amazed quick.
Yeah. So that kind of just informs the where I'm coming from on this track.
My goddamn body. I don't make a lot, but I'll make the best of what I got, and it'll be okay. It'll be okay. I don't get a lot of opportunity, but I'll shoot my shot, and that shit'll be okay. It'll be okay, if only for today. It'll be okay. It'll be okay, if only for today.
Oh. We're good.
Come on.
Feeling like I'm burning up. All my best was
Oh, can you
not
pause it?
enough.
Yeah.
So for this project, just on a production,
Mhm.
little production tiff about it. Not tiff. This is just what we did.
Yeah.
We read. There were no harmonies in the
Oh yeah.
and except for a couple here and there, which you have a harmony that's coming up that is so stuck in my head, echolalia style. I was washing my dishes the other day and I was like, breaking us up, breaking us down slow. I was like, I was hitting it. I was practicing. I was like, yo, I'm practicing for Sweetapple and I to do a live show. I'm going to hit these harmonies like crazy for this
Hells
dude. I
yeah.
got this. So all that to be said, you got some really good harmonies that you naturally put in there.
Mhm.
And then we built out the chorus harmonies
Yeah.
manually by copying his vocal and pasting it and just moving the notes in melodyne flex pitch.
Yeah.
So we just rearranged what he and we manufactured a harmony that we both really loved. We were like, "Oh, this is beautiful."
Yeah.
Now we're playing it back and I love how all of the elements of this song came together.
Mhm.
I think I had the most fun making this one.
Yeah. This song is definitely just fun. Like I was gonna say, actually, now that we paused, this whole second verse was just like me trying to write something that's like fun and vibey. Like the first verse was kind of real. It was like talking about some real shit and like how I was feeling. This one was more. The second verse is more just like trying to throw out some ear candy and like relatable shit.
Super. I think that yeah, this was a very fun one in terms of production too, because we just did some production tricks
Yeah.
to bring out some sections and to highlight certain parts. We did some vocal processing and some cool stuff on your backing vocal little verse section and Yeah, this one was just a fun one. It's your most recent of
Yeah.
all of them, I think, right?
Yep. Yeah,
Yep.
for sure.
This
This
one was
came
a
out.
blast.
I put this one out like a month ago. I guess technically you could consider it the first single.
It's fire. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is the first single. You're right. That's dope. All right,
Mhm.
hit play. Let's start
Yeah.
it.
Counting days away like this. I just need a little bliss. I just wanna party. So when's the good shit started? It seems like all this heartache is breaking us up, breaking us down. So if we could stick together, maybe we could live forever. Sending off our dreams for better. From now to the future. I don't make a lot, but I'll make the best of what I got, and it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Ooh, I don't get a lot of opportunity, but I'll shoot my shot, and that shit'll be okay.
Oh, wait, we gotta talk about that. No, I'm sorry. We were editing vocals crazy, and then we accidentally moved Sweetapple. This whole project was in pentatonic scale. We made an executive decision to put that one note into a seventh. So instead of saying, it'll be okay, it'll be okay. Can you play it again for us real quick? I want to hear it.
Lot of opportunity, but I'll shoot my shot, and that shit'll be
Okay, so yeah, we said,
Shot
got
and
a
that
lot
shit'll-
of Yep. Every time that hits, that was an intent. At first, it was accidental, and we turned it intentional because we heard it and we were like,
Mhm.
"Ooh, we love the variation from the
Yeah.
second." And that seventh note there with the harmony just really just it's
Mhm.
a little production thing that happened while we were working on it, and
Yeah.
I wanted to highlight it. Those little moments to me that elevate a song from just
Mhm.
like something that I'm pooping out real quick
Yeah.
to like something that's been in the oven, you know?
For sure, for sure.
Anyway, start us over from the beginning of that little section.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
I don't get a lot of opportunity, but I'll shoot my shot, and that shit'll be okay. Yeah, it'll be okay, if only for today. It'll be okay. It'll be okay, if only for today. It'll be okay. It'll be okay, if only for today.
Amazing.
Okay.
I'll also say about that too. Uh oh, what was that? I don't remember. It doesn't matter. Oh, this is that was your closest song to hyperpop.
Mm.
Like the I am a hyperpop producer. I've many a hyperpop track um for many underground and like more a couple I've done some work for a little few more well-known hyperpop artists. All that to be said, I'm a hyperpop creator. When you presented this to me, I
Mhm.
wanted to bring out those hyperpop elements, make sure that they were audible and clear,
Mhm.
like your panning pluck.
Oh yeah, yeah. Ba, ba,
From
ba,
left
da,
ear to right
ba, ba,
ear.
ba.
Yep, had such a hyper pop element to it. There's a
Mhm.
lot of influence from emo pop punk that is existent in hyper pop as well.
Mhm.
That was a real treat for me to mix in general just because of all of those. And yeah, I'm so excited to hear actually. I want to demo the before and the after
Mhm.
uh with you one day.
Yeah.
The before okay and the after okay and how the you and I together mixed it to elevate it.
Mhm.
Super fun. I'd love to
Yeah.
do that one day.
That'd be dope. The song could also like be so dope with a hyperpop remix, like just fully leaning into that.
Oh my god, I alternatively
Yeah.
think that an acoustic version of OK would
Mm.
go
See, I
crazy.
need to get those damn strings.
Yeah, we all right. We need to start a fund for Sweet Apple's strings. My monthly expenses strings.
Cue coffee bot.
Yeah, coffee bot, let's go. Uh, we'll get you those strings, buddy,
Yeah.
and we'll do some acoustic versions of OK. I think.
Hmm. Yeah, like a classic pop punk acoustic style.
Yep, like just some pluck action and
Oh
some.
yeah.
Oh my god, I'm telling you, I could crazy with an acoustic remix of it because you have all the bones and it's
Mhm.
in a pentatonic scale
Mhm.
for creating a like for me at least those scales are so easy to cook up on guitar.
Yeah, yeah.
So I could just go on a rampage with an acoustic version of that. And that could back into playing my play along.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm gonna practice now in my free time. All right,
Hells
I got you.
yeah.
You don't gotta twist my arm. Let's hear the next. What
All
we got
right.
next?
This is the
Last.
final track, Adrift, which this is definitely the one that went on the like had the most transformation, I feel like.
For real. This one went on HRT like crazy.
Yeah.
I think I made up my mind. The circumstances grim, but the future could be bright. I'm slowly drowning. At least I'm not sinking outright. I think I made up my mind.
So good.
Circumstances grim, but the future could be bright. I'm slowly drowning.
Hello, wide ass sprite.
At
Thank
least
you for
I'm
joining us.
not sinking
White ass Sprite,
outright.
let's go.
Few things just about this track. So we were talking about how this EP is sort of like my life's journey and my story up to this point. So I would say that this track definitely is kind of where I'm at currently. Um, and it's very nihilistic, you know. It's kind of funny to follow okay with this because in a sense they do have the same like moral of that like it's going to be okay and versus like well, I'm slowly drowning, but at least I'm not outright sinking underwater, you know? And
Yeah.
so
The
it's
silver lining.
yeah, yeah, but just very different perspectives on it. It's like it's going to be okay versus like it could be worse.
Yes. Yes. I
um
love this track.
Yeah. And then there's also a you're about to hear allusion to another song by a band called Great Big Sea, which is a band from Newfoundland. And they play maritime music, which is I'm from the Maritimes. And so a lot of this track deals with the sense of being like away from home or trapped in a country that you hate. And you know, trying to chase your dreams while facing that isolation and lack of community. And so I do that through the lens of a character that they introduce called Lukey. They have a song called Lukey's Boat, and it's all about this guy who put everything into his boat, and it's still falling apart, and he doesn't even have food to eat. Um, but he's sure got a pretty boat.
Nice.
And so it's I write it like from the perspective of Lukey, but then also make reference to the Bay of Fundy, which is not quite where I'm from, but in the ballpark of where I am from. So yeah.
Amazing. I love this song because we, like you said, this did like a full flip or
Mm-hmm.
like the transformation of this project was really immense.
Mm-hmm.
And I said this earlier in the chat, but Sweet Apple sent me this EP to mix and master, which we mix and mastered here in Twitch
Yep.
like 2 weeks ago. We just finished it last week. And we did like full build outs of some of the beats, and this one specifically, Sweetapple was like, I think I'm gonna delete this one and not put it on P. And after he sent it to me, I was like, no, this one is actually really nice. The bones are very good.
Mhm.
And the story that you're telling, like he takes a storytelling approach
Mhm.
in this and like crafts a tale of himself. I just felt like it was really nice
Mhm.
in terms of its connection with the and just had this coming home feeling to it, and also recognizing the struggle of that was just so good. All that
Mhm.
to be said, I couldn't let you delete it. So I told you before we started mixing it that my goal is to make this one of your track
Mhm.
album. And I don't know if I made it one of your favorite tracks,
Mhm.
but I had a blast rebuilding this project with you. We
Mhm.
redid the drums specifically, like, and
Yeah.
did a little bit more layering with some of the production elements to give the song hype.
Mhm.
And yeah, we cooked these drums together. You play the drums,
Mhm.
or like you have percussionist training at least.
Mhm.
And so cooking these drums with you was actually really fun because the song has so many different drum elements to it, and
Yeah.
I love the tom rolls that we
Yeah.
added and little things that really made this song feel almost like it was a performance.
Mhm.
And I think that your skills as a drummer really influenced. So I just wanted to give you a shout out. Cooking this drum section really gave me some insight on how
Mm.
I could take this techniques that you taught me during those sessions
Mhm.
and bring them into other mixes as well. Because
Yeah.
I've always wanted to do cool tom rolls and
Oh yeah.
um, like builds like that we did in the verses.
Yeah.
And not to spoil because we haven't hit play yet, but
Right.
you'll hear how dynamic drums are in this project. And
Right.
yeah, I think that was really a testament of our co-collaboration on that.
Mhm.
And big shout outs.
Hell
Let's hear this motherfucker. I'm ready.
yeah.
Name is Captain Luke.
Here's that tom roll. Yes.
Sailing a green ship to find my way. Now I'm adrift out at sea. I just hope I'll find my way back to the Bay of Monday. I think I made up my mind. The circumstance is grim, but the future could be bright. I'm slowly drowning. At least I'm not sinking out right. I think I made up my mind. The circumstance is grim, but the future could be bright. I'm slowly drowning. At least I'm not sinking out right. Captain's log,
I love those harmonies.
Yeah. They sparkle so nicely.
Oh, we cooked those harmonies by copy pasting his lead vocal and flexing the shit out of those pitches.
Yeah.
We flexed those pitches. We brought them up 7 steps, and
Yeah.
then I also fucked around a lot up there.
Yeah.
And we messed it all up, and it was so that was actually a really fun part. Now when I play these songs in the car, I only
Mhm.
sing the harmonies
Hell yeah.
because I love it. And like I said, I'm practicing. So I
Yeah.
blast this on my way to get pizza that's 30 minutes away because that's where the good my rural ass town. I got to go like 5 towns over. And all the way there, I'll crack open a soda
Mhm.
and then I'm screaming these harmonies. And it's super fun. I love the harmonies. When we perform live together, I will definitely bag you so good.
Hell yeah.
People will be like, "Whoa, they practiced." People will be
Yeah.
like, "Nah, I just drive in the car and lot." It's so the mix is really nice in the car too. When you
Mhm.
play it in the you just feel like you're in the room.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
Mhm. Yeah, you did a really nice job on the mix. Came out
Teamwork,
beautiful.
baby.
Makes the
Teamwork.
dream work.
for real, it's really a team effort. And
Yeah.
yeah, that first mix through turned out exact. It had the sparkle and all
Mhm.
as it so good.
Yeah.
I'm out of rations and the sun is killing me. I just wanted to be free, but my shit looks rough and it might be tough to make it back to the Bay of Fundy. I think I made up
We
my
worked for that
mind.
one.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
We worked for that already. We cooked that. Also cooked that. Sweet
Yeah.
Apple was like, it has to sound more shanty.
Yeah.
I need more shanty. Not more cowbell. Fuck the cowbell. Give me shanty. Let's go. We made
Yeah.
that shanty as hell. I was
Yeah.
so in it.
It was the vibe. I wanted to really lean into that shanty sound because for one, just thematically the song is about being adrift at sea, but also with the allusions to Great Big Sea, they make shanty music. So it's like it brings it all full circle, I feel like.
Super beautiful. Have to point it out because we worked for that. We spent like
Yeah.
30 minutes moving those bitches.
Yeah.
That was a labor of love. It was spelled as a, and this song definitely had the most production
Mhm.
and also the most deletion. Like
Yeah.
we overproduced the shit out of it, and then
Yeah.
by the end, I was like, delete, delete, delete. I was like Yagami up in there.
Mhm. All those sessions are on my YouTube, by the way, for folks watching. If you want to see the process behind the mix and master and any of the additional production we did, it's all on my YouTube. So you should be able to peep that on my Twitch channel. Get that link. Actually, let me do one better and just drop it in the chat, because why not?
Yes. Hell yeah. Yeah, don't mind our technical difficulties. I was new to Twitch. This was my first project that I live streamed on Twitch. I've been cooking up and live streaming in my Discord server for a year. And the imaginary friends were pretty much like pushing me, like, yo, you should go on Twitch, get more people involved with this. Oh, look who's here. Speaking of imaginary friends,
Reaper, what's good? There we
let's
go. Here's that link for
go.
y'all. So yeah, if you want to check the process of us cooking this stuff up, that's where you can see the VODs.
Reaper, just so you're caught up, we're doing a little listen through of Sweetapple's album that he's dropping in the next couple days. You were
Mhm.
part of the mix and master process, actually. You and Poofers wrote your own song in the chat
Yeah.
while we were making this very song that we're on, actually.
Yeah.
But
Lizzle.
also, yeah, this oh, you got your it's blunt o'clock over there.
Hells yeah.
Got off work
Beautiful.
probably just now. Thanks for joining.
Yes.
Actually, Sweet Apple, can I ask you to start this song over?
Yeah,
Listen,
totally.
we'll just do all the way.
Absolutely.
Final mix.
All right. Shall I hit play?
Yeah.
Cool, cool, cool.
Let's go. Pre-game 420. 10 minutes on the clock.
I think I made up my mind. The circumstance is grim, but the future could be bright. I'm slowly drowning. At least I'm not sinking outright. I think I made up my mind. The circumstance is grim, but the future could be bright.
It's actually the Bay of Fundy. It's a place in Canada. It's where most lobster comes from. Fun fact.
Really?
Yeah, most
Didn't know
lobster in the
that.
world, yeah, comes from the Bay of Fundy.
Wow.
That's why
All
my
right, we're
mom,
gonna
when
go to
she
the
grew
Bay of
up,
Fundy.
yeah, because like when my mom was growing up, that shit was poor people food. Like she ate lobster every day, like dead ass.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh my god, amazing. I
Yeah.
didn't know that about the Bay of Fundy. I knew it was Canadian, but
Hmm.
I knew it was Canadian from How I Met Your Mother.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah.
Robin from How I Met Your Mother is from the Bay of or like
Is
talks
she?
about the Bay.
Interesting. I didn't catch that. Huh.
Yeah, she's Canadian and she talks about the Bay of Fundy regularly.
Yeah. She just doesn't talk like a maritimer.
Word.
But it's a
Word.
TV show made by Americans, so what do you expect?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh my god.
All right.
The circumstances grim, but the future could be bright. I'm slowly drowning. At least I'm not sinking outright. Captain's log, day 30. I'm out of rations and the sun is killing me. I just wanted to be free. But my ship looks rough and it might be tough to make it back to the Bay of Fundy. I think I made up my mind. The circumstances grim, but the future could be bright.
Thank you.
I'm slowly drowning. At least I'm not sinking outright. I think I made up my mind. The circumstances grim, but the future could be bright. I'm slowly drowning. At least I'm not sinking outright. This note's all that's left of me. Chasing dreams that were never meant to be. Now I've resigned to misery, knowing I'm not coming home again to the Bay of Fundy. I think I made up my mind. The circumstances grim, but the future could be bright. I'm slowly drowning. At least I'm not sinking outright. I think I made up my mind. The circumstances grim, but the future could be bright. I'm slowly drowning. At least I'm not sinking outright. I think I made up my mind.
Let's
That's
go.
the EP.
It ends so good. I think I've made
Yeah.
up my
Especially because I like that it doesn't necessarily infer a specific connotation, like whether that's a positive or a negative. It's just kind of left for the listener's interpretation.
Yep. Oh, that one was so fun to make. There's a section in there where the drum kind of breaks down and the kick drum kind of opens up with the snare, and instead of being on the snare being on the 2 and the 4, the snare was on like the 3 and the 9 or something like that.
Bay of Fundy. I think I made up my mind.
That part?
This part, that part.
Circumstances grim,
I love what that does.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It just changes up the feel so nicely.
You expect it to chop along, but it hits with such a different
Mhm.
bounce. It makes you want to thrash, like do a little head
Yeah.
thrash, you know, like in that
Yeah.
one little moment. It's very, very nice. I think that we killed this drum production.
Mm-hmm.
We elevated it significantly. I think that this album will do really well.
Yeah.
And obviously, like, the more we promote it,
Mm-hmm.
I would love to actually do some vignette style storytelling
Mm-hmm.
and have some of these tracks be like a backing track.
Oh, that'd be sick.
Uh, yes, I think
I
so
uh
too.
I never register anything for content ID. So if you ever want to use music in a video, just go ahead. And that doesn't just go for Illy. Like literally anyone is welcome to use my shit. Like content ID is dumb, so just go for it.
Yes, amazing. Yeah, I don't either. Even though I cook everything cooked, you know. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm a home baker where it's like, yeah, 90% of the time I'm making that crust. But
Yeah.
I'm not gonna scoff at using a store-bought crust once in a while.
Nah,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
sometimes you tired and you really want that chicken pot pie, you know what I'm saying? Like
and I can't fucking bring myself to put in all of that kneading, right? That's a lot of
yeah.
effort.
Yo, I gotta teach you how to do it with the food processor though. It's so much easier.
Oh, but is gluten free? I don't know.
Oh,
You gotta do gluten free requires such a very specific
interesting.
touch. I'm
Yeah.
actually gonna learn a little bit more about that because, the way of the husband.
Yeah.
Um, I have to get
Mm-hmm.
myself more knowledgeable about the skills that my wife is really good at because I want
Mm-hmm.
to take on the responsibility of.
Yeah. That's dope.
And I think gluten free cooking, that is me very important for
Mm-hmm.
me to take some of that on and learn. Like, I'd love to make myself a loaf
Yeah.
like once a week
That'd
kind
be
of thing.
fire. Like
I don't know how to
unless
do
oh,
that.
yeah. Like unless you saying that my actual song is yours and not giving credit, then I might be salty, lol. But free promo is free promo. Yeah, that's pretty much my red line. Like, don't just like re-upload my content without modifying it or like making it an additive piece of something. Like, common sense. Like
Right.
if someone like takes my cover or uploads my song and is trying to just get ad revenue off of me, I'm gonna put a takedown on that. But pretty much
Yeah.
anything else is fair game.
I feel like, and you don't have to agree with this, but
Mhm.
I think that people today love music that has been contextualized. So,
Mhm.
like, music behind video,
Mhm.
music in an elevator,
Yeah.
music for study, like, all of those types of music has context. So,
Yeah.
if, as a modern creator, if you can bring context visually to your songs,
Yeah.
whether that's through someone else using it for their video or
Mhm.
you're creating a visual that like works alongside it,
Mhm.
I think that is the way to find new fans. And
Yeah.
I've noticed for myself at least, I love watching content creators like new age or new wave YouTube is one of my favorite storytelling styles.
Mhm.
It's very like coming of age, and I think this song has like a very coming of age feel.
Yeah.
And so I think I would want to tell a story that reflects how it felt to go through that,
Mhm.
the feeling of isolation through vignette,
Yeah.
just like simple vignettes, and then this music behind it that kind of tells grander story. I think you have some really good stuff here. And
Mhm.
yeah, you and I talk a lot about the problems with emo music and
Yeah.
the problem with pop punk. And I think that rewriting the the rewriting the content of your songs in the way that you have is breathing fresh air into a really tired genre.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always loved pop punk. I mean, my original act, the first band I was in was ska punk, and then the second act band that I had like actual traction with was just straight up pop punk. And so I feel like there's always been an element in it, even when like I was still getting a feel for how to make electronic music and was just doing straight up like electronic, like R&B and hip hop type stuff, I still felt like it had that punk flair. And now that I finally feel like I have a grasp on that side of the production, I'm just coming full circle and doing the stuff I always wanted to create. Because I dead ass was in the studio with my band back in the day, and I was like, I want to incorporate more electronic elements into our music. And everyone just like poo pooed it back then. And then like 2 years later,
Classic.
fucking Lil Peep and XXX Tentacion blow up, and I'm like, I'm never listening to
Look,
anyone else again.
I mean, personally love XXX Tentacion.
Hmm.
Love some of those. Uh, Bad Vibes Forever is, I think, so. To this day, I still am inspired by those beats.
Hmm.
So I'm inspired by the lyrics.
Hmm.
I feel like it's still a cornerstone work of like modern, not just like pop punk, but
Hmm.
SoundCloud rap, right?
Yeah.
That era. It was like a really beautiful evolution of incorporating both the punk, that grungy punk sound, and
Hmm.
the hip hop rap scene. Trippy Red and Plug, PNB Rock on there.
Hmm.
Like rest in peace, PNB.
Hmm.
Like such a wow, such a really good album. And then
Yeah.
actually, one of the people on that album, Noah Cyrus is her name on the
Mm.
song Ecstasy,
Hmm.
is in Shabuzi's album.
That's Miley's sister, I'm pretty
Wild.
sure.
Are you
I'm
serious?
pretty sure, yeah.
Oh my god, had no idea. That totally tracks.
Yeah.
Totally tracks.
It's like finding out Frankie is the bonus Jonas.
What?
Yeah, you know the fourth Jonas
Wait,
brother, right?
no.
Yeah, there's a fourth one.
All right, I'm googling it. Sorry, I gotta look.
That's so funny.
Bonus Jonas.
Me and you are the same sweet
There
apple, I
he.
swear, except I started with metalcore. Yeah, yeah. I uh I would say that I'm kind of like a cross between Juice World X and Mac Miller.
Yes, I agree with that. I
Yeah.
agree with that. I don't know who I would identify my music as uh similar to.
Hmm.
Maybe that's something I should possibly think about.
Yeah, I mean, until literally just now when I said it, I had never really thought about it. So I
It
just
flowed off
kind
the
of.
tip of your tongue like you had scripted that.
I'm just good
I
at
was like, dang, he
bullshitting.
knows. I was like, damn, damn. It's like when you're in front of the class and the teacher calls on you and you're like,
Yeah.
no, sir.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that used to be my move is I would never do like book reports or anything. I'd never read the books. I just figured out that like as long all I have to do is get conversation going and get people arguing with each other about something and then it'll seem like I know what I'm talking about. And it worked.
Dang, you just play devil advocate on anything. You're
Yeah.
like, well, actually.
Yeah, you just kind of throw things
Actually,
out there till you find something that's a little contentious and then you get everyone all heated and it seems like you know what you were talking about.
let's just say English is about context clues,
Yeah.
and you're really good at finding them.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh my god, yeah. That's all good shit, man. I'm really proud of this project.
Me too.
Very happy with everything that we put together. Like you and I really we put in some time and
Hmm.
reviving projects. Sorry, there's a fly in here. I had to
No
swat.
worries.
Reviving old projects is one of my favorite things.
Hmm.
One day you and I are going to have to pull up our we ever
Oh,
and revive it.
you cut out for a sec. What was that we have to pull up?
The oldest beat we ever made.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that would be wild.
Right? You workshop my oldest beat I ever made.
Hmm.
I'll workshop yours.
Hell yeah. That'd be fun.
Yup. Mine has a sample of Mario that says "Let's go."
Nice. Damn.
I really like I worked for that too. I had to figure out how to download a sample, had to figure out how to find that sample. My first
Mhm.
beat, I was really I was like, I have an idea for this, and I tried to execute it exactly, even if it meant learning some things that were really out of my
Yeah. It's honestly that's the thing though. Like if you really want to improve is find ways to challenge yourself because that's like that's why I like content like Adam Neely and stuff like that cuz they introduced me to concepts that are way over my head and then I sit down and open a session and just try to experiment with that concept. And in the process, I learn and understand the concept better. And sometimes I make cool ass shit, like tuplets. I think the video where Questlove was talking about tuplets was actually a Adam Neely video, and that got me to make Spaceman.
amazing. I love
Mhm.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, I found a GarageBand file from forever.
I'm looking. I don't
Oh,
even know what my oldest beat would be. Actually, it might be bubblegum.
oh, I have to open this up in personal. No, no, no. Yes, yes, yes. Songs for streaming. Oh my god. Here we go. What should I call this one? It's called My Song 2 Copy. I'm gonna keep it. I'll keep it as is. It just feels really classic.
Yeah.
Like it just feels like my first ever song
Hmm.
for it to be called that. Some additional content. Download it now. Let's go.
Oh, I know what my first beat is. I don't know if I'll be able to find it though. I could play the song for you though. You want
Oh
to hear
my
some
god.
crazy shit?
Yeah, I
All
do.
right, hold on.
I did find mine, so
Okay, go ahead if you want to play it. Let's hear the sauce.
let me see. All right, here we go.
Alrighty.
Uh, all right, wait, I gotta share my screen on Discord.
Oh yeah.
Here, let me start it. Here we go. Okay. All right, I'm worried. Here we go. I opened it up in Logic. All right, I'm scared. All right, I'm getting anxious. Why do I feel this way? All right, here we go.
She felt the vibration of the spoken word. Instantly, she felt, I want to talk with my mouth.
Okay.
I kind of fuck with this.
Okay. Do you want to know what that sample is? I didn't realize this was my first.
Sure.
I gotta hear it though. My building and layering is not half bad. Okay. Oh, fudge.
Let's go.
There it is. Shit. Shit. Oh, fuck. My Mac OS capture failed halfway through
Oh
that.
no.
But wow, y'all.
That's
That was a
dope.
real treat. That was a real treat. Whoa. Okay, so the first sample was actually Helen Keller's teacher, the one who
Okay.
taught her how to sign. And
Interesting.
she's recounting the story of teaching Helen Keller that people speak with their mouths because Helen Keller didn't even perceive that humans communicated with mouth.
Right.
And Helen Keller, then she recounts the story. Keller's instantly she replied, "I want to talk with my mouth." And I was like, "Oh, that is such a hard line." Like,
Yeah.
who feels like they've never been able to speak their truth.
Mm-hmm.
I really identify with that feeling of being like, I want to talk with my mouth too. Like, I want that for myself.
Yeah.
And so I like kind of gravitated towards that sound sample. And then for a while, I building a project called Learning How to Speak. And that sample was kind of like the introduction of the project. I mean, I never followed through with finishing it, but it was pretty much just like a queer story of being fine with being who I am. Like,
hell yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
But whoa, opening that up was crazy.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Dang, I had some natural, what's the word, like perception of like architecture, right? How to construct something that sounds the same but different in multiple iterations. And there was some creative flux, cinematic synthy sounds in there. And yeah, that Mario clip, wow, I used 2 samples in this. I was like, oh, I can't stop with I gotta do the most. When that arcade synth hit, I was like, oh, okay, that's not bad.
No, that was honestly like pretty good.
Wow, I was born to be a beat maker. I made
yeah.
this song in 2014 in my grandma's basement.
Hells yeah.
Yep.
So
And that was when I was living with her.
nice.
Yep.
So yeah, mine, I don't know, I might be able to find the beat. It's probably on a laptop that I don't even have anymore, to be honest. But this is not only the first beat that I made, because the first the first EP that I put out as Sweetapple was co-produced by somebody else. I just recorded like the instrumental, like the guitar and ukulele parts, etc., and the piano, and then someone did the actual production for me in the mix and master. So this is not only the first beat that I actually made, this is the first ever song that I released by myself. So
let's hear it.
It's like hella avant-garde and shit. You'll see. it's yeah.
Okay. Okay, Bjork.
Losing my mind, but I'm doing fine. Trying to find a rhythm in life so I can make progress in time. Feel like I'm racing the clock at the starting block. The shot shocked me into the motions. I'm running through emotion, hoping to reach a place where I can be at peace with myself. Take a piece of the world and put the deed away in the shelf. I want stability despite the efforts of my best ability. This world is killing me, sometimes I want out. Watching friends and we're like family fade away. They want a part of me while calamity swallows up the things I want to be and leaves me broken and screaming while I look for meaning to fill the empty cavities that we call hearts. Want to restart, but life moves only forward to its end. You're on the mend, the trouble's always brewing up ahead. You got no time to catch your breath, so you push on and catch your death and hope with everything you can. You don't regret it in the end. And the days slip away as you live for a pay that they say is enough to survive. And you stare in the sink on the brink as you think to yourself, why am I still alive? And the pace and the placement of dreams are erased, not a trace as if they were a crime. And you cry as you lie in your bed asking why do I try when I'm running out of time? Feel like I'm running out of time. 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 Check your pace, stay in the race. Don't give up your progress just because you haven't got to the place you thought you'd be. You wanted to see a tangible goal. You're not feeling whole because you don't have direction, no connection to get what you want. You stay on the grind, life on the line. Rewind your life back like 100 times. You go blind to hope. All your dreams turn to a rope, and anxiety ties the noose, and then depression cuts your life loose. And the pain engulfs your brain. Have I gone insane? You say, staring blankly at the void of your ceiling. You're desperate for healing. The monster in your mind isn't yielding. Catching the feeling I'm reeling as doom is looming over my head. I'm drowning in dread. I drop a line to a friend that doesn't help me in the end. Oh man, I'm really spiraling. This life is really tiring, and all I really want is a way out. Take a breath, reset. Don't let it get the best of you. Take a rest and do all that you can to try to test the truth. Pressing through all the obstacles that want to push you to this point of breaking. You're shaking, you're scared of mistaking. Opportunity for foolhardy dreams. Pull on the seams and see what's waiting for you at the end of your means. As you lie, say I'm doing fine, pay no mind. Do all these rhymes I write when I'm tired. I feel like I'm running out of time. Feel like I'm running out of time. Feel like I'm running out of time.
So avant-garde.
Yeah.
I love that though. Bro, you came out swinging with your first track.
Yeah.
You were like, I'm not like the rest.
I'm not like other girls.
I'm not like other girls. I'm different.
Yeah, I was still
And
very much engulfed in the culture of Christianity. That was before I met Jen. That was like that came out 2020. That can't have come out 2020. There's no way. That had to have been like the very beginning of 2020 if it did.
maybe you didn't release it until
Yeah. Cuz yeah, I definitely wrote that while and made that while I was like in the throes of my anguish. If that's not obvious.
super fair. Hell yeah. Very, very cool though. Like
Mhm.
the it almost has a oh my god, I'm gonna say this word again. Show tune quality to it. Where you feel like you're watching someone like a manic episode on a
Mm.
like I had a in my mind I imagined you rotating theater stage
Mm.
and like walking around in a circle like so that you were keeping up with like a view of the camera and you were just kind of like performing
Mhm.
like manic like exhibiting manic behavior as this around you changing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was really interesting.
Mhm. Yeah, I remember I wanted the piano part to be reminiscent of like a bell tower. And yeah, there's a lot going on with that piano, honestly.
That mix is crazy. They did a good
Yeah.
job.
Oh, I did the mix on that actually.
Oh, you did a great job.
Yeah, this is the first song that I did all by myself.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
and
did a
then
great job.
there's like an EP that came out before this, but I didn't really do any of the production or mixing on that. So, yeah.
Amazing. That's
Mhm.
so awesome.
Yeah.
Yo, thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
That's dope.
Yeah. So that's a song that's out there for people to listen to if they so desire.
LOL. LOL.
For your next psychotic break.
Yes. If you're looking for a backing track, we
Yeah.
got you.
Yeah.
Backing track to Psychosis would be a dope retitle of that
would be,
project.
yeah.
Oh my god. So good though. I really did
Yeah.
like I like that your production style matches like the like you have a really good I guess the word is prosody, right? Like where
Mm.
the climax of the vocal is in time with the climax of the beats and they
Mm.
work together to tell a story.
Yeah, for sure. And then the second song I ever released was about Jen.
Aw.
Yeah, that one's called Bubblegum.
Oh, I've heard that one.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if I released any songs about my wife. Maybe I need to get on that.
Yeah, for real.
There's some lyrics. There's some lyrics in there. See, hilariously, Illy Baby doesn't write. I have yet to write a love song like in a
Yeah.
while. Although when I first started dating my wife, I
Mhm.
had written like multiple acoustic songs.
Yeah.
And that's how I secured my wife,
Hells
honestly,
yeah.
was because I played one of my acoustic songs and for her on my guitar,
Mhm.
and she was like swooned.
Hell yeah.
She'll agree with me if I say that.
Mhm.
That's not me just gassing myself up, I
Right.
promise.
Yeah, I believe
Some
you.
people are like, "Oh, I played the guitar for the she fell in love with." I'm telling you, I played a panty dropper.
Hells
It
yeah.
was like a unrequited love song where it was like
Mm.
the line was, they say that there's more fish in the sea, but what they don't get is that you like the ocean to me. My wife
Mm.
was like, "Oh, ah," like that was. Oh. And I'm playing the guitar, singing to her in my little hovel because I was living in a storage unit at that,
Yeah.
and that's where we were when I played for her.
Hell yeah.
Uh, and that's yeah, that was the backing. Maybe I should record those songs.
Yeah, I was actually gonna
They're
suggest that. That would be dope.
You know what? Maybe that's what I should work on next week is
Mhm.
like a song, an album of actual love songs.
Yeah.
I have a love song I can share.
Okay. Let's hear it.
Let's see.
But yeah, I don't really write love songs often either. I feel like after I was no longer a teenager, it just kind of reached a point where I'm like, ugh, everything is a fucking love song. And love is great, but there's so much more to life to talk about in my music than just pining over people.
Very true. Yes, unrequited love is definitely, well, at the time when I was writing those songs, I had
Hmm.
those feelings were accurate. But now I've grown up and
Hmm.
I'm in a long-term successful relationship.
Right.
There's no like unrequited feelings there, so
Hmm.
they're just not accurate to how I actually feel now.
Yeah. And also, I'm not an
So,
incel anymore. So, like, I don't have that, like, unlimited sense of entitlement to women. You know what I mean? That like
yes,
fueled the
yes,
hopeless romantic whatever you want to call it complex.
yes, that's definitely an element. I definitely
Hmm.
think that for me it was so gay in a place that was like, nah,
Yeah.
that's not okay. That I felt this like deep sense of yearning for someone
Hmm.
who understood me, even if it was not romantic, you know?
Hmm.
And so there's definitely, I think there's two sides of the hopeless romantic coin. There's the unrealized toxic hopeless romantic energy, and then there's the I'm like a fully realized person, but I don't have that person walking with me that I want to have here.
Hmm.
And I want to find that and I'll become whatever I need to become to be that person for them. I
Hmm.
think there's space for hopeless romantic energy that's not wrapped up in toxic
Yeah.
misogyny.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I just think a lot of what we see normalized as that is very unhealthy, especially like in
Period.
movies. It's just like all media. Like the conception of romance that we're fed is very very toxic. And if you're a person who
Super.
doesn't have an environment that allows you to explore romance and stuff like that, you're gonna end up with some really repressive ideas of how this shit works.
Super. They're very, yes. Yes. Ultimately, what's going on in broader society is like the version of sex that or not just sex, but romance and relationship that Fed has like the purpose of furthering fascist empire.
Hmm.
And so, yeah, it's really fucked up. It's tiring. It's exhausting.
Yeah.
That's also why I think the queer lens on love stories is so refreshing. Outside of me
Yes.
being queer and being like, that shit, you know?
Yeah. Have you seen Bros? Because I watched that a while ago now with Jennifer, and it is the fucking cutest movie. Oh my god.
No, I haven't.
God, you have to watch it. It's so
Okay,
cute. It's
I
so
will.
cute.
Okay, so I'll watch it and we'll come back and talk about
Okay,
it.
okay, okay,
Obviously, I
okay.
gotta. Okay, so this is the one love song I ever. It's on under a different title, so I'm not gonna share it.
Mhm.
Um, but I recorded this in my studio in New York City when I owned a studio back there, and someone randomly knocked on my door and was like, "Studio, da da da," and I was like, "That's not this place." And they like looked in my studio and were like, "Whoa, this is an amazing room! Like, what's
Mhm.
this?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm making this song." And he was like, "Oh, let me hear it." And I played it. He was like, "Can I get on this?" And I said, "Yeah." And he recorded in my studio instead.
Mhm.
And like he had a broken leg. Like it
Damn.
was a day. It was a day. But all that to be said, this is the song.
Mhm.
Hey, got a lot to say, but it's hard like that song that goes. Hooked on a feeling by the way. There are some days where I'd like to sing about you, but I end up too afraid. It ain't easy to come apart beneath the words with all the things I wanna say. It ain't easy to sing the truth of what I know with all the notes I wanna play. Yeah. But you remind me of yesterday. You remind me of yesterday. You remind me of yesterday. You remind me of yesterday.
Memories usually faded. Ones with you be my favorite. Why I keep them updated? Lucky for me, you patient. Don't know what yesterday is. Still know how yesterday went. Pulled up and spent the day with. Deliver, you did it, admitted it, shawty. I'm up all night, be stuck all night. My high eyes see, envisioning moments with you in the presence. I love when you right by me. You making me feel like a kid again, intimate, utter nostalgia free. In my memories, no I won't leave, no I won't leave.
But you remind me of yesterday. You remind me of yesterday. You remind me of yesterday. You remind me of yesterday.
Oh man, I try to keep up with the beat.
That was so dope. That's vibes for
Yep.
sure.
We
for
love to
sure.
binge watch.
Oh,
Oh, I do love to
ad
binge watch.
ads. Yeah, that was a cool day because he spit that verse in like 3 takes.
Hell yeah.
It was insane. He wrote it on the spot.
Mhm.
It probably took 20 minutes to
Mhm.
get his part locked in. And I had him sign the contract for our split and he was on his way.
Hell yeah.
It was such a wild experience, but also that's New York.
Yeah, yeah.
Shit like that'll happen on a random Tuesday
For
studio.
sure. For
And
sure.
like just a good vibe. That was my song, my I guess song
Mhm.
about my wife because I wrote it when her and I met.
Okay. That's dope.
So
Yeah.
yep, that's all I got to share about
Hell
it
yeah.
though. I don't have any other song. I have a
No
song about
worries.
firing me,
About
like
firing you, lol.
which I would love to share this one as well if you got a
Okay.
second.
Yeah, go for it.
This is from my old channel. I'm not going to share the name of the channel cuz
Okay.
it'll give my identity away, but
Mm. Mhm.
um I wrote this song with my mentor in audio engineering, Zach. He came to my new studio in New York after I
Mhm.
built it, and we had just like a play day, and I was just playing. We were just playing instruments and putting stuff under, and I started freestyling this song, and my mentor and I laughed for hours. And although it's not the version that I released, there's an unreleased version where I sing this song about one of our collaborators in the past who used to wail on the mic. He would come in and be like, "Oh, can I get on this?" I'd be like, "Yeah, sure." And he would like, "Ah!" Like it was really a lot. I always was like, felt so upset. But it was good paradigm shift. I needed to learn. You can wail on the mic and it will sound really good, right? So
Yeah.
I tell this story in the freestyle about him. I say, I used to have this friend. He used to wail on the mic. And I thought, why not me? Oh, why not? Why not I? And I like go in on wailing on the mic.
Let's
And
go.
my mentor knew about him. And so he was laughing because it was the good old days in the studio when I was an apprentice.
Yeah.
And yeah, the song is about getting fired from. So let me just hit play on this one.
Now with Lake City
Oh,
Bank Digital, we binge
ads.
watch our money.
Oh my god.
You gotta get that U Block origin.
Well, Lake City Bank wants me to whatever the F. I'm just muting it until the ad is.
Yeah.
Because I thought that I had a Spotify account, but then, I don't know. Now I
You're
don't.
on Spotify. I got you.
Yeah,
Do
I'm
you
on
wanna? I
Spotify.
don't have my background, like my desktop up. If you wanna just link me, I could pull it up.
Got you. Copy song link.
All right, here we go.
Wow, there's an Imaginary Friends logo on this song. That's how long I've been using that logo.
That's crazy. You're right. I didn't even notice that. Whoa.
This came out in 2022, I think, 2021. Wait, let me see.
Weird.
Oh,
It's
let
not
me
letting
exit out
play
of
it.
my.
Let me try.
Oh, it's starting on mine. I got you. Here we
go. Okay. Cool.
This mix is horrifying. It's so bad.
All I wanna do is sleeping through my alarm.
There's those Billy Baby hi-hats.
Yeah, I'm falling off this ride. Yeah, get me off of this ride. Cause I'm tired of these liars. I wish I was fired. Just fire me, yeah. I am not your bitch. Just check my wrist. It's time to quit. I'm over it. I'm not your bitch. Just check my wrist. It's time to quit. I'm over it. I've been practicing so I don't have to be flipping burgers anymore. I've been practicing so that I can be free from all of this bullshit. And I've been practicing so I can sing my song on this radio. Sing my song on the car radio. I got no time for all this shit. Fuck a 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm tired of these lies. Yes, I wish that I was fine. Yeah. Oh, just fire. Yeah, just fire me and fire. Yeah. Oh, just fire. Yeah, just fire me.
Hell yeah. I really like the vocal on that.
Thank you. I
punk.
thought, hell yeah, those were genuine performance
Hell yeah.
harmonies. I was just really over it at my job. And I was flipping patties. I was like, I fucking hate this. My boss would treat me like I was this little bitch baby. And I was like, no, I am not a bitch. Look at this clock on my wrist. It's time to quit. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
It really was a result of hating my job. My ain't shit boss. I wanted, he was a DJ. I wanted to smack him all the time. Fucking, anyway, that track was one of my favorites and actually kind of hilarious. He preambled your album in terms of style. I've been doing this style of pop punk with the hyper pop hybrid since at least 2020.
Yeah.
So definitely some really cool stuff. Like I released a song called Quarantine, so we know about that.
Yeah. I think
And
I think it's really awesome that independently we have both been working towards this sound.
oh yeah.
Like it's destiny that we revive pop punk at this point.
Oh hell yeah. For sure.
Mhm.
I'm super ready. I I like pop punk, obviously.
Mhm.
I make pop punk. I like hyper pop a lot because inclusivity, and I've
Yeah.
always felt gate kept from pop punk. Like
Mhm.
that's a scene I could never succeed in just off the being a transgender individual
Right.
and also disabled. Like I can't really thrash but jokingly Reaper was on stream with me yesterday and
Yeah.
he was bringing up his last live show where Hyperbeam, our friend from the PNW, was performing, and I was trying to start a mosh pit, and nobody would push me back. And we were like, "Oh, it's hilarious! They didn't know. Like, can I push this disabled chick with glasses? Like, is that okay?" Like, you could tell they were. Even Yucky was like, "What do I do?"
That's so funny.
But it was like I can't thrash like that,
Yeah.
as a disabled person, but I love the scene where people can like release with that
Mhm.
rage kind of pent up.
Yeah.
And I try to lean into honesty. Like
Yeah.
you'll notice with my lyrics, even though I may not be able to like say exactly what I feel in some of my lyrics, I'm talking about the reality that I'm struggling to say what I feel,
Mhm.
if that makes sense.
Yeah, for
And that's a
sure.
very honest place for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I try to lean into honesty, even if I can't. Even now though, I'm like fucking out of the closet. Like
Yeah.
when I originally wrote that song, I was falling in love with my wife
Mm.
and like wanting to write gay love songs, but being afraid.
Right.
Right? Like one of the lyrics was like, I would like to sing about you, but I am too afraid. Which even if you're not gay, feeling of being like, I like someone a lot, I want to sing about them, like
Mhm.
that can be a little bit anxiety inducing, depending on who. And so definitely though, as someone burgeoning out of the closet
Mhm.
and trying to grapple with those feelings and those discomforts while writing was
Mhm.
really hard.
Yeah.
I know at least for my
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a dope track. You should honestly like consider revisiting that.
I think so. I
Yeah.
have this other track about, essentially my critique on masculinity
Mhm.
or the critique on wanting to be a better man and what that means.
Mhm.
And this was like my diss track. I had a friend who made me really like they used me for free labor and like dumped me
Mhm.
and gave me no royalties or anything on our project. It was a whole fucking thing. But that feeling of being like, oh, I want to redefine like what manhood means to me because the
Mhm.
versions of it that I have been presented are really ain't shit.
Yeah.
But there is a deep desire in me to be a man. Like there is that inside. And I think a
Yeah.
lot of men feel that way, but may not know how to perform that version of masculinity.
Right.
And so a lot of my older work had a lot of like thoughtful critique on my
Mhm.
old channel.
Yeah.
And actually I love the song that I'm telling you about now, my diss track.
Yeah.
It is the men's bathroom sign flipped upside down, and the
Yeah.
word men upside down looks like the word new, NEW.
Mm. Mhm.
And as a trans person who like sits between genders through presentation and identity, both, I really loved the concept of masculinity being something that I'm championing and also making new within myself. And yeah, that was definitely a really project too. I think there's a couple really dope that could find a new home on Illy Baby, but I've actually my distribution is kind of wild recently because they discontinued my account, just fully discontinued it, and they're now pivoting. Their model is no longer pay. They just collect 15% royalties.
Interesting.
And no publishing.
Okay.
And they have explicit contracts where AI is not being used to like they're not selling your work to AI to train or anything like that.
Yeah, that's
So there are
interesting.
protections. One of my friends started this business.
Right,
He
right.
is like a disgruntled artist who feels like distribution has failed him.
Yeah.
And you know, he started this distribution company. It's like a boutique distribution company, and he's grown it over the past couple years. I think it's pretty interesting if you're trying to find a cheap way of releasing music through distribution. And I don't know though, because they just did this update recently, so I'm still kind of sussing it out myself.
Yeah.
I think that there's merit to it. I always get anxious though tries to create a new tech platform to solve the issues of the previous one, if that makes sense.
Right, yeah.
Just because there's a lot of scam actors out there. Not that I think my friend genuinely think that he wants to serve the artist community and has felt slighted by the system that's in. But yeah, distribution is. I distributed all these songs with him under now discontinued accounts. So I don't know actually how to get these ISP numbers and RS numbers and stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe I just need to do a new look at an old project kind of thing.
But we could also, if you want to keep on the theme of toxic masculinity, we could do a EP in the sound that we've been honing. We could do a collab EP and call it No Boys Allowed and have it all be about toxic masculinity.
Hilarious. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's cute.
Yeah.
That's super cute.
Yeah.
That's funny.
We could even get like a few features of artists who present non-traditional forms of masculinity as well to highlight them and their alternative styles of masculinity. It could be cool.
I think you're right. I think so. I know at least for me, like championing masculinity was a phase of my presentation that happened before top surgery. And although I still present masculine, a lot of people would probably be like, that's a butch lesbian, you know, just like looking at me, for instance. But also now I'm in a phase of like reclaiming my femininity as a trans non-binary person and understanding, you know, all no matter what, all of things that we attribute to masculine and feminine are constructs that we've developed over a long period of time. Them are rules that, and so I feel like very conflicted about like owning the identity of trans masculine these days because I feel like it is just another identity marker that keeps me in a box that doesn't encapsulate the broadness of my presentation. I often present femme. I realize, especially now, I like looking like a lot more than looking.
Sure.
And it's just been a very interesting approach these past few years. And I would love to do a new, refreshed look at masculinity.
Yeah.
Yes, a little section critiquing it critiquing toxic masculinity. And then like I would love to discuss like deeper nuances about masculinity that are, you know, like some people talk about them, but I would love to proctor a safe space on this album
Mm-hmm.
for people who even have traditional versions of masculinity
Yeah.
to interrogate those things and present them in a loving ways. Because
Mm-hmm.
and I think Bell Hooks was the one who said that in the end loving masculinity is in part what is going to heal men.
Yeah, definitely.
And I personally love masculinity. I've been very like accepted in masculine culture in ways that feminine culture has rejected me fully
Mm-hmm.
outright. And it's just very interesting the um you know how toxic masculinity has tainted the way that our culture loves men.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
And it's something that I think I would really reopen. I love Prince for that reason, the way that Prince interrogates masculinity while loving it
Mm-hmm.
and also pushing on its boundaries.
Yeah,
So beautiful.
absolutely. Because
I would
like,
love to work on a project like that
yeah,
with
I think
you.
it'd be fun. Because kind of to your point, something that's kind of ubiquitously loved on the internet is when you see like clips that people say just guys being dudes, and like that is peak masculine energy to me. Is when like dudes are just like goofing around, being silly with each other. Like that shit is like the most positive masculinity I can think of. Is like it don't matter if I know you, how long I known you, we're here to goof. Welcome to the club. You know?
Yup. Yup. There's a very specific style to goofing that masculine people have.
Mm-hmm.
And it's super fun.
Yeah.
It can be very fun.
Yeah.
Nothing like playing games with the boys,
No,
like for
just
real.
guys being dudes, you know?
I say games, I mean like cornhole.
Yeah.
Oh, the Midwest is coming out of me. Flagpole. Yeah. Oh my God. I was at the gym and I met a local bodybuilder. His
Mm-hmm.
name's Joey.
Yeah.
And I'm always joshing with Joey. I think he appreciates it even though I'm comfortable with me. But like I was asking him like, "Oh, why do you take creatine? What?" And he telling me why. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
"Oh, this is really good knowledge. Like, yeah, this is bro science.
Yeah,
Let me
yeah.
teach you the ways." I was
Yeah.
like, "Okay, ways, Joey. Come on."
Professor
I'll be like,
Brosif is in class now.
yeah. I was like, teacher, bro,
Yeah.
I have a question. But yeah, it's so funny. I'll be doing like a bicep curl. I'll be like, hey Joey, hey Joey, look at my arms. Look at them. Look at that bicep. Like that's the creatine, bro. we, I see what you mean when you say that because I
Yeah.
definitely love joshing around with guys.
Yeah, yeah.
Super fun. There's definitely, you know, times where it gets toxic with the
For
boys where I'm
sure.
like, all right, that's not funny,
Mm-mm.
but okay.
But when a dude gets like a giant icicle and everyone's gathered around like, "Oh, they know what's about to happen." Oh, that's the shit that like, we need more of that.
What's about to happen? I don't know what's about to happen. The giant
They're
ice.
about to smash the fuck out of
Oh my God.
it.
I was like, in my head, I'm like, okay, what do I do with I avoid them? But also when they shatter, they are so dope.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my
Especially
God, that's
like
funny.
I like genuinely I don't think it's a man is capable of coming across like a large sheet of ice. Like if you ever see a dude with a piece of like a sheet of ice in their hand, you know what's about to happen next. I don't think men are physically capable of not just
Hulk smash.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
There's definitely a time and place for that shit. Like, it's
Yeah.
important.
For sure.
I definitely am excited to work on a project like it would be
Mm-hmm.
really cool.
Yeah, I agree. I think and it's the kind of project I feel like we should start with picking our collaborators who we want on features and kind of take a holistic view as a group on the story we want to tell and in the order we want to tell it, you know?
Yup. Yup. Oh yeah, definitely. I could cook up some really good projects,
Hmm.
really good beats for these projects depending on who we pick.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I would love to invite some masculine presenting women to be on the track.
Hmm. Yeah.
And
Cuz like that's exactly cuz that's the thing is like we're not talking about being a man. We're talking about masculinity, which is part of being a
correct.
man. But women engage with masculinity, men engage with it, intersex people engage with it. Everyone has some level of experience with expressions of masculinity. So I think having all those voices is important for sure.
Yup. Hell yeah. They say masculinity has no gender.
Yeah. It's
Actually say toxic masculinity gender, but
mm,
it's it's also, masculinity itself has no
mhm.
gender.
Cuz something that I think about a lot is like in Chinese culture, they talk a lot about like feminine and masculine energy and like with tea like if you pour your gaiwan, I think this is the masculine way, and then or no, this is the way that has more feminine energy because it's seen as like more delicate, and then masculine energy is just just ham fisting that bad boy. And there's yeah, there's
Yes.
different ways, and so I think it's interesting to think about how we embody feminine and masculine energy at any given time and how at any given moment the ratio and or the mix of those energies might be different, and it's all circumstantial and people need both.
Hell yeah. Okay, so I'm thinking in my head, right?
Mm-hmm.
Intro track, a love song about the boys.
Oh my
In
god,
just
yes.
starting off, intro track, love song about the boys.
Yes.
Leading us into the second track,
Mm-hmm.
which should introduce some tension.
Okay.
Some tension where it's like, all right, so we're having fun, but there's more to this than just having fun.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's responsibility,
Mm-hmm.
there's visibility. Well, actually, when it comes to like our culture, there's this idea within, I guess, transgender gender theory, right? Like I'm just spitballing that there's marked identities and unmarked identities,
Mm-hmm.
and androgynous people essentially seen as unmarked, and masculine presenting people also, and the presentation of femininity is a marked identity in our society. Um, the performance of femininity is like seen as much more visible
Mm-hmm.
because it's a marked identity, whereas androgyny and mass. So this is just kind of how our culture filters
Mm-hmm.
masculinity and femininity, from a lens of like how transphobia, I guess, interacts with a person's lived experience. So I would really love to do like a secondary section about, having an unmarked identity and how groupthink and the struggle of creating a version of masculinity that's defined by you
Mm.
rather than defined by the community and the
Mm-hmm.
presentations that's put out around us. I would
Yeah.
love to like have that be like a second
Yeah.
exploration
I
off of the
almost
love story.
I almost feel like this is getting to the point where we should have like skits in between tracks and stuff, and this could be a story that takes place over the course of like a party or something like that with different characters and stuff exploring these
Wild.
concepts. Yeah.
This song that I have about toxic masculinity,
Mm-hmm.
I think would actually fit really beautifully after that, trying
Yeah.
to create an identity for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you want to demo that really quick while we
Yeah,
talk.
go for it.
while
Go
we're
for
dis-
it.
Let me hit play on this.
Okay. Oh yeah, let me.
Oh, let me share my screen.
Yeah. There we go.
Gotta get it on my own though. Gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it on my own though. Gotta get it on my own though. Gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it on my own though. I gotta get it on my own. Gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it on my own though. Gotta get it on my own. Gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it on my own though. Gotta get it on my own though. I've been too many times on the same road. I've been fucked when I lose sight of my prize, and it gets painful, cause I lose friends to be shameful. What I gave them shout amen. I can't help but hate men. I am men, so I hate me. Can you blame me? Look at them. Can't take a moment to self-critique. Sipping steady, sipping Henny. Take a drink, pretend that shit don't stink. Like I'm God's gift to earth and my breath don't reek. Makes me wanna shut up every time I speak. Ay. I wish I could be a better man. 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 Gotta get it on my own though. Gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it on my own though. Gotta get it on my own though. Gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it on my own though. I gotta get it on my own. Gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it on my own though. Gotta get it on my own. Gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it on my own though. Gotta get it on my own though. I've been too many times on the same road to give it all that I got, and you still call these shots. And I know that I want more, cause I'm the cream of the crop. Hey, it's cool, I just diss you. I'll take a moment to list all the shit you put me through. Better than that, I forget you ever happened, and I call it a rap. You ain't worth much more to me than that. I wish I could be a better man. 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 But what about you? Gotta get it on my own though. Gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it on my own though. Gotta get it on my own.
I probably
though.
cut the song down
Gotta get it, gotta get it
pretty
on my own though.
significantly.
Gotta get it on my own. Gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it on my own though. Gotta get it on my own. Gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it on my own though. I wish I could be a better man. 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 But what about you?
This is a dope track.
Thank you.
Yeah. But yeah, I could
Thank
definitely see
you.
this. Like, yeah, I can almost see it. Like, it starts out with like the boys, and it's like a love song to the boys, and it's all about hype and we're having fun, blah blah blah. And then I could just see this kind of being like a story that progresses, and we could even have skits, and like a character has to feels that they need to prove themselves, and they have that internal struggle of wanting to be a better man, wanting to be like one of the boys. And yeah, there's so much meat that we could dig in on this, like especially if we get depending like who we get to work on this with us and the directions that they want to explore. Like, I think this would be a really dope project.
Super.
Yeah.
I'm thinking now you're saying skits, right? Like,
Right, just
I
to
would love
contextualize some tracks, I feel like that would be additive.
I would super love. Okay, have you listened to this is Control album, like start to finish?
Yeah.
So in that album, she is talking to her mom
Mm-hmm.
on the phone,
Yeah.
and she's also talking to her grandma.
Mm-hmm.
And I would love to use those thoughtful, like, I think that is such a beautiful way of like having this discussion.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to call my pops and
Mm.
my poppy
Mm-hmm.
and talk to them about what masculinity means to them
Mm. Yeah.
and what, you know, the story that's kind of passed down generationally
Mm-hmm.
from the versions of masculinity that have presented themselves, I think would be super cool. And
Mm-hmm.
even if it's one of those things where maybe I interview my dad for like one of the skits, and
Mm-hmm.
then everyone who is a part of the process can interview a version of masculine life
Mm-hmm.
being a guiding light for them.
Yeah.
And that could be a really cool, it doesn't have to be your pops, obviously, like many pops out there who are shit or not with us at this time.
Mm-hmm.
So uh, I think, though, that the reality is we learn masculinity from the group. It's
Right.
more than just like how it's passed down to me, it's how
Mm-hmm.
we perform it. And yeah, I think that would be a really cool element, just like these different versions and snippets of what it means
Yeah.
presented contextually. It would be very, very cool.
Mm-hmm. I think so too.
And I would be willing to take that on, that those skits on, and do those interviews with my relatives, because I
Mm-hmm.
think a that would be really awesome, me as a creator,
Mm-hmm.
because I have never really done like a comprehensive project, and I think that's really good for me, number one. And then number two, I think it would be really nice way for me to document
Mm-hmm.
uh, some of the beautiful parts of masculinity that I have seen performed in my relatives as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and also some funny shit too. Like, I guarantee you, if I ask my poppy what it means to be a man, at
Mm-hmm.
some point he would say, "You know when to shut up." You know,
Yeah.
like there's, I just, you know, I think that there could be some really cool uh skit elements in
Yeah.
presenting something like that in a critique. Like, I think that it is like a story of uh exploring masculinity. I think the
Mm-hmm.
next song about masculinity should be about raging against the boundaries of what
Mm.
masculinity and manhood should look.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be a really, really cool time to invite like a trans masculine artist or a
Mm-hmm.
butch artist or
Yeah.
someone who performs masculinity without the traditional cis lens.
Right.
Uh, Even though I do think like there should be
Mm-hmm.
cis men voices on this project, I would actually really think very important to the
Mm-hmm.
overall story that I'm
Yeah.
trying to tell. But yeah, the next, I think, getting really thrashy.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, maybe I'll ask poofers to fucking scream.
Hell yeah.
Yo, okay, yeah, that one fucking thrash with me
Mm-hmm.
and poofers. You're gonna teach me how to vocal fry,
Hell
Sweetapple,
yeah.
and that will be the debut of Screamo Baby.
Hell
And
yeah.
we're gonna go crazy with that shit. I have an album cover for this already. Put
Oh,
up.
perfect. Mm-hmm.
It's the album cover I was going to use for learning how to speak, but
Oh, the
I
bathroom sign.
no, this is for my, I was creating this project called Learning How to Speak from uh what's it called? Helen
The Helen
Keller's
Kellers. Yeah.
teachers.
Okay. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. This is years later I started making a project called Coming Out of the Closet,
Mm.
and I never fully finished it, but I got this album cover by this trans guy
Mm-hmm.
who, he was 16 I think at the time, and I paid him. He did an amazing job.
Mm.
I'll look for it while we keep discussing.
Yeah.
But I think that would be a really cool next track because it's raging against what the small versions of manhood that are presented.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like being an alpha male is such a small version of masculine.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And it's like coveted to be that small.
Mm-hmm.
That is so counter every sort of put your dick on the table type of shit
Mm-hmm.
that I ever seen from masculinity.
Right.
Just like
Right.
energetically.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. They are the chihuahuas of the masculine world.
So wild.
Yeah.
So wild. Here, let me see if it's let's
Hmm.
see.
But yeah, I'm trying to think of
After
like who all to. I obviously I want Yucky involved personally because I love Yucky.
period
Um,
has to. Has to.
I was curious if Zaya would be interested.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Why do you
because
say?
they don't necessarily present masculine in a traditional sense, but they use a lot of language, especially when they talk about the people they date. That is very masculine charged, if you know what like, if that makes sense. And so
Hmm.
they
Interesting.
engage in a lot of masculine performance while presenting as femme, as a trans person.
I love I think that they are so dope.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they went by she, her, maybe they, them. I'm not sure. I haven't
Mm-hmm.
seen the page in.
Yeah.
I wonder. I would want to approach with such gentleness because
Right. You don't want to.
recognizing her femininity is super
Yes.
important to me as well. But I
Absolutely.
think that's also kind of in the spirit of the message, uh, in terms of like raging against masculinity, the thing that is
Mm-hmm.
put on some of us,
Right.
and versions of it that we despise, even even though we, you know, exist in those worlds.
Right.
Some of us I know struggle more than others, and I would feature her on anything.
Mm-hmm.
She is really cool. Like
Yeah.
her style is so in alignment with what we were saying about a thrashy project.
Yeah. For sure. And yeah, I basically that's pretty much exactly what I was thinking. I just feel like they engage in masculinity at times in a really interesting way as a femme that I feel like they would add an interesting perspective.
I definitely agree with that.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, we definitely
Uh
should be careful in the language we use approaching them because the last thing I want to insinuate is that we're misgendering them.
Absolutely, absolutely. Not, and even beyond just misgendering, like
Mm-hmm.
I feel so much responsibility as a trans masculine person
Mm-hmm.
to embrace, and I just identified as trans masculine. I just feel the pressure as someone whose transition could, I guess, be considered towards the masculine
Mm-hmm.
side of the spectrum. It's like so important to me to recognize trans femmes
Mm-hmm.
and to give them their flowers at all times and
Yeah.
to support them as deeply and as thoroughly as I can
Mm-hmm.
because there's such a problem, and maybe this is an appropriate place to talk about this is on this album.
Right.
Such a fucking problem with the trans masculine community and the way that they treat femmes, and this is also me just giving a really broad sweep to the trans masculine community.
Mm-hmm.
I've just noticed that there's quite a few trans masculine people who wear toxic masculinity because they feel like it gives them power in
Mm.
subjugating the people around them. That's
Mm-hmm.
the version of masculinity presented to them
Right.
in their lives.
Right.
And it's a common problem. And there's a lot of division between the trans and the trans masculine community. Few trans men and trans masc people who do this.
Mm-hmm.
And I know at least like in Zaya's case, for example, like she even shared like I don't trust trans masculine people because trans masculine people are the transgender people who always fuck with me and who
Hmm.
always will call me a slur of
Hmm.
some kind, whether it's a racial slur or it's, a transgender slur, like weaponizing language that we're claiming is
Yeah.
not something that is okay, but it's something that occurs in the trans masculine community. It's something that we all must acknowledge
Mm-hmm.
that toxic misogyny like exists in the trans masculine community as well, and I
Mm-hmm.
rage against that equally as hard as I rage against the versions of cis masculinity that are around me. And
Right.
so when I'm working with other trans femmes, I think that it's so important to be as not only open but as accepting and like supportive of the versions of themselves that they want to.
Mm-hmm.
Trans femmes also don't owe me femininity.
Right.
But if they feel like they have to perform that around me at all times, I'm failing them,
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
I see that it's like a common that's a common thing that the trans femme and trans mass community often kind of butt heads.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, very sad. It's
Yeah.
something that I work daily to not only recognize
Mm-hmm.
in our community, but also the internalized biases that masculine people have towards femininity in general.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I
that,
know, like,
yeah.
for me, femininity was put on me, and I had a period where I was raging against it. I was adopting toxic masculine
Mm-hmm.
tendencies that don't help anybody, you know?
Yeah. And that's definitely a perspective I'd love to include on this project. I think that'd be awesome. Plus,
I
that
think it would be
means,
really cool.
yeah. Plus, we've got me and Yucky, which is your cis males. Hoover's identifies as cisgendered, right?
Yep.
There, yeah. So we have a cisgender woman. We have trans femme, trans mask, and then all we need is like a girly pop, and that's off the top of my head all the perspectives that I could think of, at least that encompass the majority. I mean, there's countless perspectives, but you get what I'm saying.
Yes, yes. I want to say this too.
Yeah,
If we could write a song about the way of the house husband,
that would be so lit. Yes.
I like even if it's like an extrapolation where the way of
Mm-hmm.
the house husband how draw inspiration, but it has
Mm-hmm.
nothing to do with yakuza or anything
Right, right,
like that. Like,
right.
but if that's where we draw inspiration, where
Yeah.
this version of masculinity can exist,
Mm-hmm.
like
Yeah.
it would be really cool, I think, to write something in that.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think, yeah, no, I'm 100% on board with that. Um, who do you think would be like a good pick for like a really like just your girly pop femme cis woman? Because
Let's see.
I feel like if we get all these perspectives covered across the length of this project, I just feel like it would be a very, very worthwhile and interesting exploration of masculinity through a interesting variety of lenses.
Super.
And I think it would
Oh yeah.
then ultimately it would appeal to not just men but everyone. I think that would be the launching board we want it to be for more conversation about this, which is what I've at least under. I think that's the goal.
Super.
So
I would love. Okay, I'm just gonna throw it out there.
yeah.
My wife has an amazing. I love to write her. She doesn't write her own
Mm.
music, but I would love to write her a part or a song
Mm-hmm.
that is um like I I want to have the song about the house husband
Mm-hmm.
from the perspective of a femme,
Mm-hmm.
if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I feel like a femme voice sharing a version of masculinity that is really beautiful, I
Mm-hmm.
think, could even have like a level of your like, where's my house husband, you
Mm-hmm.
know,
Yeah, for
kind of
sure.
energy. I think would be really cool intersection of the a feminine voice, like within the context of like society,
Mm-hmm.
as well as um, this performance of masculinity that is seen as less than
Mm-hmm.
in general society,
Yeah.
where it's this something that most women want. Maybe not most, but let me just say a lot of women want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like they want their mans to show up for them.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is the it is the thing that gives them energy in life. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's something that is valid as fuck to like
Yeah.
want from the men around you, whether it's like romantic or just like friendship. Like
Yeah.
you deserve versions of masculine friendships that like also give you life,
Mm-hmm.
that are not just taking from you, that build you up and will support you in ways that you need.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
they're I think from the girly pop perspective, something like that would be really interesting.
Yeah. I agree, and I'm on board with your wife doing it under one condition. She
Okay.
has to be the one to write it, and you can edit it. But it
Amazing.
has to, the sentiments and the the meat of it has to come from her. I feel like because I want her perspective specifically. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. All right, maybe I can convince her to write something. I've
Because like,
literally been her here
mm-hmm.
in her house
Yeah.
waiting to record a song with her for 8 years now. So this could be
Yeah.
the way of the house husband.
Hey.
Could be the answer.
Yeah.
That'd be
No, that'd
kind
be
of
sick.
crazy.
Yeah. Or she could even just like
Meta.
write non-lyrics, but just like some word vomit on the subject matter that you can then use and massage into lyrics. But I
Yes.
want it to all stem from the perspective of uh for in this instance your wife, but a girly pop, femme.
Yes.
I think that that's important.
Yes. Yes. My wife likes Sabrina Carpenter and
Perfect.
Young Miko.
Okay.
So
She's
we're
exactly
in
who we're looking
business.
for. Yeah.
Yes, I'm telling you, yes, we're in business. She's had a run with masculine
Hmm.
folks in her life as well.
Very
She's
cool.
probably
Well,
got
that's
plenty to
not
say
very
on this
cool,
subject.
but getting her in on this is very cool.
Well, I would say, like, I would hope, I don't want to speak for myself
Hmm.
here, but I would hope that, she's had both bad, but also positive
Hmm.
versions of masculinity in her
Right.
life,
Right.
or at least I'm working all. So,
Hmm.
whereas her other partners were definitely not.
Yeah.
We can't talk about them though because they're still because
Yeah.
we share a dog.
Oh.
That's so lesbian.
Yeah.
Just saying. Anyway, the lesbian. Ay, ay, ay. All that to be said, I think she would actually be really good. It'd just be
Sick.
like a 5-track.
Yeah.
Yo. Okay. I am going to remix the song. Let's hear it, boys.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna remix that. That's gonna be the intro.
Or should it be the closing track? Like after we've
Ooh.
explored masculinity, we've looked at our love song for the boys. We've had explorations of toxic masculinity. We've had explorations of alternative masculinity. We've established a baseline for positive masculinity. And then in the end, we celebrate. Let's hear it for the boys.
Wow. Amazing. I wanted to have a pensive ending, I think,
Okay. Because
because I wanted to,
go ahead, go ahead.
yeah, I just wanted to end with the thought of what could be,
Hmm.
that the possibilities of who I could be
Right.
within the
You
context of masculinity is something worth thinking about more.
hmm Right. You don't want it to feel resolved because societally it is not resolved. Most people
Exactly.
have poor concepts of masculinity. And in my opinion, toxic masculinity is one of the most pressing issues in society. Just look at the way Andrew
Yes.
Tate and all his gremlins are just absolutely destroying society right now.
Yeah.
So,
So fucking true.
yeah. So I
And
think that's
making it
fair.
unsafe for the rest of us,
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
know? That those folks are genuinely making it unsafe for
Hmm. Yeah, no,
we
I'm so here for that. Hear It for the Boys would be a fun remix anyway for the love song for the boys, you know?
Oh my god, yeah. And or we can end with an outro that's like a sadder version of
Ooh, I see you.
kind of
I see
sad.
you. Yeah.
Like, where's my boys?
Yeah.
You know, who's willing to go on that journey?
Hmm.
What who you could be, changing your identity rather than following the path that has been laid out for
Hmm.
some of us, right?
Hmm.
I think raging against the boundaries of masculinity, something that I think that's something that most masculine people can resonate with.
Yeah.
I was trying to find the words to use to describe all of, not just masculine people, but I think even feminine people would
Hmm.
be like, we want you to rage against the boundaries.
Hmm.
Like, there's something to be said of the feminist movement, how much has progress has been made for, um, you know, the gender expression of women,
Hmm.
where women can walk around in pants and this and that. Men cannot wear skirts in our society. There's boundaries around masculinity that have been unquestioned,
Hmm.
fully uninterrogated by most artists who identify as masculine.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah, that is something that I think could be really, really good.
Yeah, I think it
I
could
think
be
this is going to
very
be cool.
positive. I think it's timely and relevant, and I think a lot of people are ready to like engage in that conversation, but they just don't have a healthy place to jump off into it. You know, the place that most people have to start talking about it is Andrew Tate, and ugh, what a fucking disaster of a starting point that would be.
Yeah, Andrew Tate for sure. Yes,
So,
not the place.
mm-mm. So I
Yeah,
think,
and that's pretty much what people have as their starting place.
yeah,
The thing that they're deconstructing is the like snake oil of masculinity that's being shilled out on the
yeah,
internet, and like those marketing schemes. Those are marketing schemes, you know.
absolutely, absolutely.
They're meant to take advantage of men.
Not only are they meant to take advantage of men, but they're specifically meant to take advantage of men by making them feel lesser than they are.
Facts. That's so sad.
Hmm.
Ugh. And that feeling of self-loathing is just very ubiquitous in male.
It is, yeah, and it's so unfortunate.
It it's so unfortunate. It's like, don't you want to be the man that when you look in the mirror, you're so proud
Hmm.
of the life that you've lived? Not just as a man on this earth, but as a person
Hmm.
beyond the fragile the fragile notches on your bedpost that you're perceiving your life to be.
Right.
Very something like very I'm definitely very excited to interrogate all of this stuff. I
Yeah.
think that I have a very unique intersection of identity in which
Mhm.
I can proctor a safe place to have these deeper discussions,
Yes. Which is
not just with
also,
my collaborator, but
yeah,
my
which is
audience.
why you should start the group chat.
Oh my god. I got you. I'll do that legwork. Up. I got you. The way of the house husband. I'm lit. Let's go.
But no, unironically, I do think that having you start the discussion may be the best move, just to make sure it's handled with tact. Um,
Super.
because me saying it as a cis male and inviting, you know, trans femmes and women to be part of it, I feel like it'll hit a little different coming from me than from you. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I'm cool spearheading this as
Cool.
well. I will say interrogating masculinity is like something I do every single day.
Mm.
So I've done a lot of thinking about this
Mhm.
subject and reading about it. Although I, like I said, I identify as non-binary, not necessarily
Mhm.
masculine or feminine. I would love to eventually do a critique on femininity with similar vibe.
That would be so sick.
And yeah, it'd be really cool to come out with like a project that's like I am NB, hear me roar, or something about
Yeah.
androgyny
Hell yeah.
lines.
I
Or
am NB like a dinosaur. Oh, sorry. You unlocked the
yeah,
Rugrats part of my brain.
yo, oh my god, it's lit. So
Yeah.
all that to be said, start thinking of samples,
Okay. Yeah.
and I will also think of samples on my end. And
Yeah.
yeah, I am probably going to do the skit where I call my pop
Cool.
and my grandfather, and
Mhm.
I ask them those questions.
Mhm.
I'll have to be so diabolical to get the takes I want, but I'm
Yeah.
gonna get them.
Hell yeah.
It's gonna be good.
Yeah. Yeah.
My dad is a really like emotional guy.
Mm.
His presentation of masculinity is not your average presentation of masculinity.
Mhm.
Like he has a phone case that has flowers on it
Oh hell yeah.
because they're cute. He said I
Yeah.
accidentally put it on and I just took it off, and I think I like it. Makes people feel safer around me. I was
Mhm.
like, yeah, yeah, that's like the beauty of embracing femininity rather than
Exactly.
subjugating it, right?
Mhm.
So my dad and I have had some discussions about masculinity, and also I think he has a lot of room. Uh, we all do. Let's just say,
Mhm.
like, if we want, because this is also Mental Health Month, or something, right?
Oh, is it?
And like mental health significantly affect like the struggle with mental health significantly affects men
Mhm.
and masculine people.
For sure.
And we need to have the discussion of some of these deeper discussions regarding mental and like
For sure.
self-love. Like you don't have to live your life loving your
Right.
and
Absolutely. And it'd be nice to put something out there that addresses the epidemic of male loneliness that doesn't inherently devalue men and put them down. Like again, Andrew Tate only making the
yeah.
male loneliness epidemic worse, you know. It's I don't know. I think that this is something that people would definitely value. So, I think it'd be cool to really dig in and make this for people cuz
Hell yeah.
they need it.
This is
The people
definitely
need it.
yeah. This is definitely art that I want to make too.
Yeah.
Like we talk about I often talk with my collaborators about how a lot of times white folks make music that's really shallow,
Mhm.
that doesn't address those deeper elements that we need to be talking about.
For sure.
And I think that being brazen and tackling those discussions head on as an artist
Mhm.
is learned, it's an art form in itself.
Mhm.
And
For
I think
sure.
that I'm ready at this point to take on some of these more creative ideas.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely exciting.
Hells yeah.
I am super here for it.
Sick.
I'm
All
gonna look
right.
one last time for this this
Oh, this artwork.
cover.
Yeah.
Yep, and then we can call it for the day.
Yeah. So much for a short stream, eh?
Oh my god, 3 hours later I've been yapping. Yep.
I had a
I don't
feeling that might happen. I was ready for it.
Oh my gosh, I wasn't. That's fine. It's okay. No worries. It's fine.
You want to know
It's
how ready
fine.
for it I was? I put the hashtag podcast on my stream information on Twitch.
Damn, he was super ready. He knew long before me.
I just had a feeling, you know?
Long before me. Oh my god. Oh, here it is.
Oh,
here we
sick.
go. Here we go. Am I sharing my screen?
Oh,
nope.
no.
Here you go. Let me share that with you real quick. There you go.
Very cool. Let me pop this out so people can see it. There we go. That is very cool. Damn, that's really cool.
Yeah, this was hand drawn by a trans guy. And I love it. I mean, it's not my face. It's very illegal.
It is.
This
yeah.
is the trans flag.
Mm-hmm.
And it just has that like feeling of you know, you look at the chest, you can't tell if it's got titties or not, you
Right,
know?
Right.
I love that. I just think this would be a really cool cover art for this specific project.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's dope. Hells yeah.
I'd probably delete this.
Yeah. But yeah.
Very cool.
Indeed.
This would be a sick project. Yep. Okay, so I'm definitely reaching out to all. We're going to get all this together.
Awesome.
And this is definitely the next project that we're putting together creatively. Oh, this is so cool that we're hashing it out together.
On the stream,
here.
yeah.
On the stream. Like, we'll have this, to look back on, but all, you know, this is the makings of a really project. Like, I would like it to have significance. I have not done a project that is going to impact my community, and I would love to. But yeah, all good shit.
Very
I'm
good.
excited.
Me too.
I'm excited.
I think this is gonna be super dope project. And it's cool that we'll have the literally entirety of the process of its making documented.
Hell yeah. You know I'm gonna be stealing audio clips from this for like future. I think that for me at this point, I have a lot of really good. I just need to really package it good. So that people can ingest it in a theatrical way.
Right.
I think the era of the theater kid is here.
Absolutely.
I'm ready. I'm fucking ready.
Hell yeah.
So I'm gonna try to do some theatrical visuals coming up soon too for some of these. So yeah, visual baby on the way. But yeah, yo, this is a great time to end our stream. Thank you to everybody who's been watching, and if anyone is even here. Appreciate you guys for sticking with us and being part of the brainstorm. It's so fun to come up with creative. So we'll probably be hashing this project out over the next. Just in time for Pride. Let's go.
Yes. That'd be so lit if we get it done in time.
So good. All right, y'all. Have a great evening. I'll catch you later. Peace.
See ya. Alrighty, and yeah, I'm gonna wrap up my stream too. Been live for a bit now, but I appreciate y'all spending your time with me. I hope you're having a great day, a great week, and I hope it continues to be good. If it's not, I hope it gets better. I'll catch you on the flip side, and I'm gonna send you out with some music. All right, peace.
Rough and it might be tough to make it back to the Bay of Fundy. I think I made up